Okay. Howdy, howdy, howdy. How's everybody doing today? I hope we're doing well. Ooh, Machine God. Machine God is in fact first. Project Dark Fox likes to slip in when nobody's paying attention and get first most of the time, but I think you beat him to the punch this time, Machine God. How are things, man? How you doing? Oh, Lord. My office is just a mess. Oh, one of those days, huh? Well, we got a couple of minutes. What's up? Hey, Data Nerd, good to see ya. Thanks for that good news right before I went on. Looks like we're gonna have some Thunderhead merch links available here with the quickness. Happy Tuesday, indeed. What's going on, Hamburg? Ooh, I'm liking this. This let's take like 5 to 10 minutes at the start of every stream so I can drink some fucking coffee and get ready for what I'm about to do. It's a nice way for me to sort of think about the project that I'm about to tackle. Hey, there's Project Dark Fox and Rogue 19K. How you doing, Rogue? Haven't seen you in chat for a little bit. New old stuff this week, huh? What are you working on? And there's Sumatha and Datrin Voltari. How you doing, gents? Sipping on your coffee like you know some shit. Is that how? What about sipping on coffee indicates that I know anything? Sipping on coffee should indicate that my brain isn't working properly yet, Soulsworn. Life stuff. Got a job offer at your dad's work, but then dad went and reminded you of stupid immature shit you did as a kid. Felt like it wasn't necessary to bring it up, so I got mad, and he thinks it was an unwarranted response. Dude, I feel you so much on that. Not that situation specifically, but just the scantest bit of parental dynamics there. Like, I get you. I feel you. I wish I didn't feel you. I don't know, man. I just say Well, Soulsworn, we're two peas in the pod then, man. I don't know what the hell's coming out of my mouth before it does most of the time. Oh, thank you so much for doing that, Data Nerdy. I'll go ahead and get that pinned when it's ready. Old traditional art in the Storm Report. Ooh, I'm excited to see that. Friends finally got me to watch Star Trek Discovery, and I want my 2 days back. Yeah. It's not good. It's not good at all. Stream died for a minute. Was it just on your end or mine? It didn't look like anything happened. It's not telling me I lost anything. I hope it's just on your end, Machine God. Haven't painted anything recently. Well, you know what, Rogue? You don't have to. You do not have to paint a goddamn thing, my friend. There's this sort of... I don't know quite how to describe it. I don't want to use the phrase toxic, because I don't think it is, but there is an attitude amongst painters, a very common feeling. A sort of a wave that we all ride, it seems like to me. Where we feel like, I'm not being productive enough, I'm not painting enough models. I told myself I was gonna paint a 1,500 point army and I just didn't get to it, and I'm bad. I'm bad because I didn't... And I hate it. I just hate it. Painted Ogre, the man himself, in for that re-up. Thank you so much, Painted Ogre. It means so much to me, man. That, and we got 5 months total. That's crazy. That's madness. Painted Ogre, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for that sub. Project Dark Fox, if you get a moment, could we go ahead and get a shout out for Painted Ogre, and also just one for Machine God. Let's go ahead and get one of those out of the way, because these are two guys, two real friendly, real cool, very laid-back painters that you should stop into the stream of if you get a chance. I'm glad to hear that, Rogue 19. It's something that I personally... I don't suffer from it as much now as I did, I think, even earlier this year. Weirdly, I feel like streaming on Twitch has maybe made me better at realizing that I don't have to paint all the time. I only have to... Well, I don't have to do anything. I want to improve. So I choose to paint most of the time because I want to get better. But as soon as you make it an obligation, it stops being fun. Who are you? What are you? Why are you? Where are you? What's up, Puck Duncher? Thank you so much for those shoutouts. What are you up to today, Hamburg Tack? How you doing? Datrin Voltari, first season's garbage, season 2 is at least enjoyable. Yeah, a lot of people have told me, they've been like, oh, season 2, you get Anson Mount as Pike, and he's the best, and I hated season 1 so much. Oh, you know, usually I'm willing to stick with a show into season 2 if it's, like, just okay, but season 1 was like, ugh. Why is the duck? I'll do you one better. When is the duck? College work takes... you're absolutely correct. It takes precedence, Rogue 19K. Life takes precedence. It's just some of us are dumbasses and we make painting into a big part of our life. And why do we do this? I don't know if you guys saw Brush for Hire. Just made partner here on Twitch. He started streaming in January. And he just made partner. Of course, he is a fantastic painter. I mean, this dude he's a next level painter, but more than that, he's been painting like it's his job all year. To like, literally, he's been doing, I think it's 9 hours a day, Monday through Friday, on Twitch, at his desk, putting brush to plastic. I mean, that man is a fucking machine. I don't know how he does it. I physically, like, if I had nothing else to do, if I really had absolutely nothing else to do, I still don't think I could physically make myself do that. It's real bad. It's real bad. I agree, Kursala, it is a nice mug, isn't it? Yeah, it's very fancy. Hey, how you doing, Scud24? Good to see you, man. Yeah, Machine God, I think a lot of people are going to be dealing with family nonsense over the next couple of weeks. Tis the season. Tis the season to get just sick as fuck of Christmas music, like immediately. Hey, Colonel Matthew Steiner, good to see you, man. How are things? Yeah, exactly, Painted Ogre. He is a painting machine. He sits there and he fucking paints. And like I said, I don't think I have the discipline for that. I'd paint for like 3 hours and actually get something done. And I'm like, I gotta go play a video game for a while. I don't have the. I mean, that's why he's a Twitch partner and an accomplished painter. Hey, by the way, if you guys aren't following Brush for Hire, you really, really should be. He is a great dude with a fantastic stream. Ba-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. What's up, Chaotic Harmony? Nope. Nope. I'm not gonna sing that to any sort of Christmas tune, even though I can tell that's what you want me to do. Is Season 3 on? Of Star Trek Discovery? I haven't even been paying attention. Honestly. I got something stuck in my tooth. And I keep trying to get it with my tongue. And it's really annoying. Okay, there we go. That's better. Pro streaming. Come watch Thunderhead pick his teeth live on stream. It's sure to be entertaining. Well, that's good. Anyway, I don't know. After Star Trek Discovery Season 1, and then Star Trek Picard, I'm like... I think I'm done with Star Trek. I'm done with Star Trek until something major changes, until something big happens, until there's some type of real renaissance of the brand that everybody stops and takes note of. Yeah, Lower Decks, I guess. I don't know, I've heard middling things about it. Can't watch much today, but gonna listen at work. Well, that means a lot, Chaotic Harmony, having me just in your ear while you're doing work. What could we do? We could just sort of, could we whisper sweet nothings, little subliminal messages into Chaotic Harmony's ear? You know? They're like, that assessment isn't done right. Double that amount. If we just do it enough, he's guaranteed to just start making mistakes. STD. Got it? I have a hard time believing that nobody at... Who is it that owns Star Trek? Is it Warner Brothers? I don't know, it's Warner Brothers MGM, someone like that. I have a hard time believing, though, that they came up with the name Star Trek Discovery and didn't realize immediately that with the way we punctuate, with the way that we break down and turn into initialize, there we go, show names these days, that theirs was going to be STD. STD. Hey man, have you seen the latest episode of STD? Man, I can't wait for STD this weekend. What the... I'm usually very quick to criticize marketing professionals as being useless human beings under the best of circumstances and an active blight on society under the worst. But they should have hired somebody better for that one. Somebody dropped the ball somewhere in there. You know, okay, now Painted Ogre, let's be completely fair here. Let's be completely fair. It shouldn't take 3 seasons for a show to get good. But how many of you really watched Star Trek The Next Generation seasons 1 and 2? I mean, really watched them. Sat down and dug through them, or better yet, were there in the beginning trying to watch them when they were coming out on a weekly basis. They were rough. They were real rough. Now, I would argue, even as I say that there's less of an excuse for Star Trek Discovery, because Star Trek The Next Generation was, I would say, not as proven a property, and there wasn't as much money behind it. By the time Star Trek Discovery comes out, I mean, they should have known better than to do so many of the things that they did. It's no longer experimental, it's a proven property. They're making money. And for that matter, a bunch of production money was pumped into it, whereas it really wasn't for The Next Generation. Next Generation was on shoestring for a long time. So I think that Discovery is less of an excuse, but there is a reason that us cinephiles out there have a phrase called growing the beard. Allowing a show to grow the beard means waiting for season 2 or 3 for a show to find its legs, specifically referring to when Riker grew the beard, because that's about the time that Star Trek The Next Generation became truly watchable. Oh, good. I'm glad to know that Kat was standing behind you with a gun, apparently. Kat of Carmody. She really gets around. She's not here, is she? Okay. Yeah. I said something else there.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
You gonna get it, you ain't gonna like it. What's BNW? I'm not aware of what that is. Also talking about how SPN was a hot mess until like seasons 4 or 5. SPN. What am I missing? What's SPN? Star Poop Navigation. No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, Supernatural. Oh, Supernatural. See, wow, Painted Ogre. We could not possibly have more diametrically opposed opinions on that. I think that's funny. Because seasons 1 through 5 are my favorite Supernatural seasons. It's after season 5 I feel like it starts to fall apart. I don't specifically know because I stopped watching after like season 6 or 7. Recently though, Orbital Space Laser Jack has got me rewatching them, so I'll report back on that one. I was pretty cynical last time I was watching Supernatural. Had an encounter at Farpoint Watch Party. Biggest excitement, my mom cheering for the Reading Rainbow guy. Yeah. He read his way right into our hearts and into our eternal nostalgia with that show. So many of us watched Reading Rainbow as kids. Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Just take a look, it's in a book. I'm not gonna. No, we're not doing that. Not really. How's everybody doing today? I hope you all are having a fantastic Tuesday, or failing that, at least a passable Tuesday. You know, a Tuesday that isn't an active detriment to your mood for like the whole week. Sometimes I have those Tuesdays. I don't like them. I don't like them at all. unfold the edge of my wet palette here. There we go. Why are you curling up? I'm gonna cut you off. I'm gonna cut you off as soon as I can find some scissors that I apparently don't have. I'm gonna use a blade. Because I am a model painter and I have blades lying around. There we go. TNG well and truly stepped out of the shadow of the original series with Best of Both Worlds. Yes, that is about the time. It is just about the time that things got serious. Brave New Worlds, the Spock and Pike spin-off. Oh, that's what they're calling it. Okay. I know that everybody was really, really jazzed on Pike in Season 2. I still haven't seen any of his performance. Crossbow Roof, how are you today? Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a fantastic day, my friend. I'm just getting situated and finishing off my coffee here, and we're going to dig into painting MODOK, which I don't really have a plan for. I Zordon, I airbrushed my yellow coat on this, and I think it came out pretty good. That's because I'm not standing up, Data Nerd. This shirt is my motivation to lose more weight. Yeah, I'm Bonburn. I'm watching Supernatural right now in batches of... It's funny you mentioned that. I'm watching it in batches of about a half a season at a time, and that seems to be going pretty decently. Guys, my office is constantly a mess. I feel like I just reorganized it, and I already am feeling like I need to reorganize my office again. And I don't... I'm confused as to whether that's a good sign or not. Like, this could mean one of a few things. This could mean that I'm really, really bad at organizing my office. Possibly. Option 1, A. Option 2... I work a lot in my office. I change things regularly, you know, change in a good sense. I'm evolving. I'm trying new things. I'm always working on something. Therefore, the office constantly needs reorganization and/or cleaning because things are getting done. We have these two primary schools of thought here. I'm not sure which one I'm going to go. Which one is true? I feel like I'm just bad at organizing my office. I always think something's going to be a good idea. Like, yeah, that thing should go there, and then it's not. I end up knocking things over, reaching for it half the damn time. Oh, gotta throw you away. Intellectuals often have a messy desk. That is a dangerous road to go down. I don't think that's my problem, Data Nerd. So today on MWO, we did Caveman Job. I was watching. I was in your chat, Chaotic Harmony. Unga bunga. Caveman on chat. All four of my teammates and I talked in caveman voices for so many matches in a row. Yeah, it was fucking ridiculous, by the way. By the way, could we get a shout out for Chaotic Harmony if we haven't gotten one yet? Because if you're in this chat and you're not following Chaotic Harmony, you just must not have been here all that long. You should really give that man a follow. I had a jacket for that purpose, and it actually worked. Wow, Kursolid. Like, it motivated you to act. That's incredible. Usually I just am fat for a long time, and then I eventually throw the thing away. Did I find that Mad Cat? Yes. I even put it on a cork. Oh god, yes, I saw the caveman drops. Chaotic Harmony, what, you think you can hide from me, bro? You think you can hide from me, bro? Come on, let's get real. And speaking of getting real, let's do some painting. Why don't we do that? That seems like a thing that we should probably do, right, at some point, now that I've finished my coffee. Let me grab a beer real quick, and we will get started on MODOK. Oh, that's no problem, Project Dark Fox. I just appreciate you being here at all, my friend. Yeah, here's the Mad Cat. Found him. Got him put on a cork. We'll be able to actually get some painting done on him here in the near future. I love this Mad Cat. Like, I know that he's gotten bigger and chunkier and the arms have gotten more pronounced as time has gone on, but this really is just one of my favorite. This is the Mad Cat I see in my head when I think about it, you know? I got a little bit more work done on Captain Marvel since last stream, and I think at this point I'm about ready to just base her and call it a day. There we go, that's how my desk should be arranged. She has a golden angle, I think, right about here, which is odd, because on this model, most people wind up doing her just about here. But I had kind of a lucky accident when painting her eyes that she wound up looking sort of off to the side, and I was like, so do I really want to revisit that, or just kind of go with it? So her golden angle is going to be about, right about in here. Sort of looking at a 3/4 angle. Oh, chat disappeared from the sky. God damn it. I did, yeah. I know why that is. Let me fix it. Because I had this amazing idea, you guys. I had this incredible idea with my overlays to organize everything into groups. And then I failed to realize that that means that they all get priority as a group instead of as individuals, and that doesn't actually work all that well for my overlay. Because this needs to be above the other cameras, but below the printing camera for it to work properly. There we go. That should be better. And yeah, I'm printing essentially the same thing that I had been printing last time we were on Amateur Paint Hour. I had to adjust the dimensions on it a little bit to get it to fit just right. Hey, Jenny Joy, how you doing? Can we get a shout out for Jenny Joy-O? All in all, I'm pretty pleased with this model. I'm going to be doing another Captain Marvel here in the near future as I crack open my own core box. So I'm going to take the lessons that I learned on this one forward. I think this is some of the, and I know that this isn't saying much, it's some of the best hair that I've done. I'm not good at painting hair. Hair is a weird thing. Hair is shiny, but it's not shiny like metal. It has its own unique sheen. And I'm just not very good at painting it. And this hair came out fairly chunky. I feel like I could break it down into individual strands and have it look a little bit more natural. So we're going to try that with the next one. But all in all, I'm pretty happy with how this model came out. We're going to go ahead and get the basing done on her and get her shipped out to Jack. I still need to finish Iron Man. We've made it this far on Iron Man. I need to do a couple more rounds of highlights on the yellow and on the gray, and then I need to do his repulsor colors to add some blue in, and we'll do his basing at about the same time. Hey, just Dices! And we already got that shout out. Thank you so much for that. And Project Dark Fox, real quick, give me a shout out for Jenny Joy-O, another fairly new, very entertaining paint streamer. So this is what we're going to work on today. This outright offensive nonsense that is MODOK. I feel like, a pretty decent... Ooh, the yellow really does a number on my camera. It tries to adjust. I'll take it away. Yeah, it darkens quite a bit. Yellow is a very, very tricky color, and I wanted to go ahead and airbrush this in. So I went with the, what's his name? Goobertown Hobbies strategy of using the pink undercoat. And I did it very, very softly, so you can only really see how it shades a couple of the deepest parts of it. But it did help the yellow go down very, very smoothly. And I figure the rest of this will hand paint. He's going to be a lot of loud, fairly irritating colors. Should be an interesting paint job. How you doing, Just Dices? How are things? You having a good day? I hope so. Thank you, Sumitha. Just playing some WoW and watching me. I'm sure your party is just thrilled. Dices, why did you miss that heal?
Oh, Thunderhead. Thunderhead was painting a man with a giant skull.
This is the most ridiculous model. MODOK is among the most ridiculous of all Marvel characters. And, I don't know, I feel like if you tried to make him more serious or tried to make him less severe, you'd really be missing the point of MODOK in the first place. I've heard that the rumor now is that MODOK is supposed to be the villain in Ant-Man 3, which is certainly interesting. I really, for the life of me, cannot picture how the fuck they're gonna put this guy on the big screen. With his floating fart chair and all, but you know, we'll see. How's WoW going, Dices? I haven't played WoW in years at this point. When's the last time I played WoW? What was out? Last time I played WoW seriously was when... what's the Northrend expansion? What is the Northrend expansion? When all the Death Knights became an option, and then you could go up and you could like fight Arthas and all that bullshit. That was like a while ago. That was the last time I played. Ooh, a new expansion dropped the other day, did it? Where's my Styx purple? That's royal purple. Here's Styx purple. This is what I'm going to use as my base coat for the purple parts of his body. I'm just going to lay down some base coats to start with, and then we'll start on highlighting that yellow, which should be a fun time. Oh, and my alerts aren't showing. Wow, I am so on top of it today. Holy crap. But that would be Mahmoud Harby 12 with the follow. Thank you so much for that, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Where's my alert box? It's at the bottom. It's at the very bottom of absolutely everything, and that's not where it belongs. There we go. Now the alert box should show. Let's try that one more time. Replay. Hey, and we have alerts. Ain't that exciting? Mahmoud, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. What am I printing? So if you're ever curious about that, Mahmoud, you can always enter !STL into chat, and the bot should let you know, assuming that I've updated it. In this case, it's going to be printing a modular fence piece. It's war game terrain, one of my own designs for Star Wars Legion, or really any 28 to 35 millimeter scale war game. I've been making some physical, or rather, yeah, some very fine tweaks to it to get it a little bit stronger than the old version used to be, so this is a prototype piece printing now. I did one last time we were on stream, it wasn't quite right, needed a little bit of tweaking. I think this one is just about perfect. Alright. Mix up some of this Styx purple and get to painting. Now, unfortunately, the large bases, I don't have anything that grips the large bases very well for MCP, so I'm just going to hold him by his fart cloud while I work. And then that's probably going to be the very last thing that I paint. The very last thing. Yeah, I heard that too, Ponburn, that MODOK is supposed to be the voice. Or not MODOK is supposed to be the voice. Patton Oswalt is supposed to be the voice of MODOK for the animated version. I can't think of anybody better. one of those ridiculous bags of crazy that needs to be more ridiculous, more asinine. Yeah, I can't, like, Datron Voltari, if they were to try to make MODOK more realistic, I feel like I'd be just disinterested. The entire point of MODOK is to be absolute nonsense, and if you don't embrace that, I feel like you're really missing an opportunity. How far did I get through Picard? Not very far. A couple of episodes, honestly. It just was very clearly moving in directions I didn't really want it to or was comfortable with. And then my trial to CBS ran out, and I was like, I'm not gonna pay money for this. If it becomes free someplace and I'm really bored, I could watch it, but I don't know. There's so much other stuff to watch. I think around that time I started watching Dark, so I was just like, never mind. Yeah, you know, Sumitha, there's a careful balance that they have to strike when they're doing Deadpool and his villains, because Deadpool works so much on the concept of pathos, the breaking of tension with humor. He works when he is matched up against or even with more severe characters. That's why Deadpool and Cable always worked so well, is because Cable is so severe and so serious, and Deadpool just isn't. I think similarly with MODOK, MODOK needs to be matched up against heroes who are relatively serious. I say relatively because Paul Rudd's Ant-Man is obviously, he leans on the comedic tropes quite a lot. But he's still serious enough. The character is serious enough that when you then balance him, when you pit him against MODOK, the contrast, the juxtaposition will be pleasing. If you just had two ridiculous cartoon characters fighting one another, I don't think it would play all that well. I mean, I say that, we're talking about Marvel movies, everybody's a cartoon character ultimately, but I think you know what I mean. Yes, MODOK is the voice of MODOK. There can be only one. There can be only one. Like, I've had people try to convince me to give Picard more of a chance, and I might someday. Possibly, but I was so disappointed with the direction that Picard took as a character as of the latest Next Generation movies like Nemesis, or even Insurrection. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like anybody's really... The Picard that I loved died many, many years ago in the later seasons of the Next Generation, or even arguably the first episode of Deep Space Nine. And they didn't seem to be really recapturing that at all, so I'm gonna leave it until I'm real bored and it's free someplace. It's certainly not a strong enough show to carry a streaming service, which seems to be what they were trying to do with it, between that and STD. Oh, I need my water closer. Well, hold your horses now. I did watch both The Tick and Freakazoid, but I would use those to say that the exception proves the rule. And also those were, you know, explicitly cartoons. I think it's hard to argue that the live-action versions of The Tick worked very well, considering how they actually did. I didn't hate this latest live-action version of The Tick. I actually enjoyed watching it a fair amount, but it was so expensive. I don't know if you guys saw that, but they announced after the show got canceled that each episode cost nearly $1 million to make. Nearly $1 million for a show that was pulling in almost no viewers. They could have pulled in a whole lot of viewers, and for $1 million an episode, they still would have dropped that shit. That was crazy. Yeah, I heard about the Romulan samurai character, and like they blew up Romulus or something in the beginning of the show. Like I had a hard time caring. It was all just so, I don't know. You know how I'll get about something if I want to like it and it's bad. But that show was so far off the mark for me that I don't even bother thinking about the things of it that I dislike. And I enjoy a good hate watch most of the time. I just sort of put it out of my head because I just don't care about it. Really, Kang the Conqueror. Jonathan Majors. I liked him. I enjoyed almost everything about Lovecraft Country up until the final conclusion of the final episode, and then that left me a little bit like, that's odd. And for those of you who watch Lovecraft Country, you probably know what I'm talking about. I don't want to spoil it. It is definitely a major spoiler. It was the final spoiler of the season that just left me very cold. Hey, Thunderdome Drew, big brain or at least big skull. Something I'm very familiar with. The skull part, not so much the brain. How you doing, Thunderdome Drew? When we get a chance, Project Dark Fox, would you mind dropping a shout out for Thunderdome Drew? I would appreciate it. It's a bit of a shift. I'm excited for Ant-Man 3 one way or the other. I really like Paul Rudd's Scott Lang. Damn it. I had to just go and glorb all over the side of that nice yellow there. Oh well, that's going to get heavily shaded.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anyway.
I can and I will.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I can and I will. I'm trying to remember that these were intended to be tabletop paint jobs after I spent all that damn time on Captain Marvel. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. Alright, we should have some other purple. There's more purple on this fellow. This crown across his forehead should certainly be purple. It's not really a crown. I guess it's a circlet. I don't know what the hell it is. It's hard to describe anything on MODOK. It's all just him. That weird shit that he's wearing. You know the thing. Oh, I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, my friend. Kind of tired today. But I'm glad I'm still getting a little bit of painting done so that I can say at the end of the week I painted something. Honestly, for me, one of the goofiest things about MODOK, about his whole design, is his hair. It's that we have all of this insanity going on, and then he has just like this mop of hair tucked under his goofy little head circle thing. Ah, yeah, the thing with the thing. Yeah, that thing. You know the one. Yeah, the guy who said the thing. You know the guy. So, can I talk spoilers about The Mandalorian's last episode? Is that something I'm allowed to do? I feel like by Tuesday of the next week, if you haven't watched last week's episode of The Mandalorian, you can't care that much about spoilers. Like, it's available. If you care, you should be watching it right now. Right? Or should have watched it several times by now, if you're that into it. So, I think we might talk some spoils. Some spoils. If that's okay. I won't spoil anything that I think is really integral to the overall plot, or anything, like, really bad that's gonna blow everybody's minds. Mostly because I feel like the spoiler at the end of the episode is... It's not an Easter egg, because that's not what an Easter egg is. An Easter egg is hidden. This is very prominently featured, and is clearly going to be a major plot point. but Dark Troopers? Right? Like, I'm not crazy, am I? Those were Dark Troopers, were they not? They were in racks. They had shiny black armor. They were pretty clearly droids, and they were definitely soldier bots. It's looking like they're going to go ahead and roll Dark Troopers into canon for The Mandalorian, which isn't terribly surprising. Clearly Dave Filoni was a fan of the idea. He revisited them briefly in Rebels as the Imperial Sentry droids, which were really undeniably and unquestionably meant to be homage to the Dark Troopers, if not actually a replacement. So, like I said, it's not terribly surprising that he would now now that he has the opportunity, he would push to go ahead and revisit them in an official capacity. I'm very excited to see what they wind up doing with them, because the Imperial Sentry droids were almost just a visual nod to Dark Troopers. They didn't really have the capacity for war that Dark Troopers had. But in the Star Wars game Dark Forces, Dark Troopers were terrifying. It was like one Dark Trooper that wiped out the entire Rebel base on Dantooine. Or no, I'm sorry, it was already abandoned, but he got sent there. They just sent the one. The Phase 1 Dark Troopers, obviously you rolled through because you were, the hero. But they were meant to be just like crazy powerful. And then the Phase 2 Dark Troopers had like concussion grenade launchers and repeating blasters, and they were workhorses. They seem ideally placed in the current timeline for Star Wars. I mean, it seems like Imperial forces and the Mandalorian are really hurting for manpower. Soulsworn, that depends on which version of the Dark Trooper you're talking about. Dark Troopers were very much droids. Were very, very much droids in Dark Forces in their original incarnation. The Phase 3 Dark Trooper was power armor, kind of, but it was also an independent droid, so that's, whatever. When they were then rolled into Star Wars Battlefront, they became cyborgs, which was an odd choice. And they could be cyborgs in this. It's entirely possible that they're Imperial cyborgs. We'll find out, I suppose. Lay down a quick base coat for the hair. Either way, I'm excited to see what direction they go with it. I'm always excited to see how they choose to implement old canon in new ways. Who knows? Maybe we'll be watching The Mandalorian Season 2 final episode and fucking Kyle Katarn will come swaggering in. God, I don't all the universe shenaniganry for Star Trek at this point is just, oof. I get it. It's a thing now. They've done it. We just kind of have to deal with it. That doesn't make me happy. They never should have let JJ run off in his own damn direction. JJ Abrams, man. He himself is a weird chapter in film history. Series of years where people just gave him all the money and all the rights to do everything that he wanted all the damn time because he was making money. And it took us, as a people, a while to realize that that was a fucking mistake. JJ never knew where any of it was going. His mystery box writing was always just an open-ended blank check for endless sequelization and further money-making opportunities. It was never an artistic choice, really. Everything artistic about the initial efforts of J.J. Abrams came from Damon Lindelof, as far as I can tell. I certainly wouldn't recommend them splitting it off into more alternate universes at this point. What they have already is questionable at best. Maybe it's time for Centaur Wookiees. Wait, what? Holler at me if TIE Defenders make another appearance for show, though. It'll be interesting to see if they do. I think that it's pretty well written in that the TIE Defender program stopped dead. I mean, obviously they could wave their hands and change this at any moment. They just say, oh, well, there was a secret program that nobody knew about, or something. But, after Thrawn lost the facilities on Lothal, the Empire pretty much withdrew all funding for the TIE Defender program and sunk all their money, time, and effort into the Death Star program, into the Tarkin Doctrine. I guess technically the TIE Defender was part of the Tarkin Doctrine. But yeah, probably no TIE Defenders post-Thrawn. At least not without some explanation as to how or why. But then it's Disney, so they don't really have to abide by any of that. They could just be like, no, there's TIE Defenders. And we go, why? And they go, a good story. For another time. And they just never answer it. Just never. Hey, what's up, Fencer SVK? How you doing today, man? I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. I would imagine that the development that went into the TIE Defender still lives on someplace in Imperial archives. They wouldn't have just lost all that data, at least I hope not. MODOK really does have just some of the loudest and most ridiculous color combinations. He is yellows and purples and the occasional magenta. Magenta, the color that doesn't technically exist. Insert science here. I'm doing pretty good, Fencer. Haven't seen you for a little while. Hope things have been going well for you. Purple isn't behaving like I like. Wish we would have gotten some legitimate MODOK in the MC. Yeah, I know. I just read today that the rumor had been that he was going to be in Ant-Man 3, but they've changed that to Kang the Conqueror. I would have totally been down for Ant-Man versus MODOK. That would have been just a delight. How you doing, Shax Productions? How are things, my friend? Can we get a quick shout out for Shax Productions? Just started streaming fairly recently. Good dude. Does a lot of really cool props and some gaming over on his channel as far as I've seen. Definitely worth a follow. Yeah, I saw that too, that Patton Oswalt was going to do the voice for his animated spin-off, which, I mean, that's a good choice. And, I mean, it's certainly reasonable to say that MODOK is probably easier to do in animated form than he is in live action. It's quite the leap to take this character and try to render him alongside living actors and then have people take your movie even a little bit seriously. I have just awful brush control today. Just awful. I have to do a lot of cleanup on my own stuff, but that's okay. Absolutely, absolutely. Hope you're having a good day, man. Time to break out the round facer model kit and make some progress. Ooh, do share, crossbow roof, do share. I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. I keep doing the same thing over and over, and I tell myself how to fix it, and then I just don't do it. I just come right back to the model and I do the same thing again. So let's actually do it using a little trick I like to call the right way. There we go. Not worrying too much about these because I think I'm going to redo these head fins in orange anyway. But that doesn't mean I want to coat them in purple to start with. I did, Puck Duncher. I posted my own, but yeah, somebody else posted a round facer paint job on the Battletech subreddit today. A truly gorgeous paint job. That would have been Tough Guy over from the Battletech, the Everything Battletech Discord. And he did a fantastic job on that one. It's my understanding they used that model for a local painting competition. And that was his entry, which is pretty cool, very flattering. A little bit of work on that before I come back to the head fins. Crab is primed. Might put the base on him tonight. Maybe melt a little butter. You know, squeeze a little lemon on there. He really did a fantastic job on that round facer, Puck Duncher. You're not wrong. Alright. that's most of the purple I think I want to put down. Almost everything else here should wind up yellow. I'm going to go ahead and I don't know what these little jets on his back are supposed to be colored ultimately, but I think I'll do purple for the under portion of it at least. Now, this brush is not holding the tip at all today. Of course, one of the nice things about painting Marvel characters is you can really just kind of fudge it. Do kind of whatever the hell you want. Because everybody's got alternate paint schemes or different Earth versions or what have you. There's always a reason to go with some other color. If that's what you're really after.
I never knew anything like this in the whole of my life.
This is a glass of water, colorless, tasteless. It contains 100 gamma of LSD.
Ah, screw it. Do the whole thing. Do the jets in magenta. That'll look nice. Do need to switch off to one of my other brushes. This one needs a little bit of attention. Live action MODOK sounds like a bit of a euphemism. Yeah, the old rusty MODOK. They never like it when you spring that one on them. Alright, so I should base coat his face. He always has such a... He's always done, like, very tan, very reddish in the art. I almost kind of want to make him more pale. Maybe something greenish for a base coat. I don't know.
Everything is in color, and I can feel the air. I can see it. I can see all the molecules. Can't you see it?
Oh, for my deepest shadow, we'll go with something kind of ruddy. Where's my rust brown? There it is. Mix that with a little bit of flesh tone. That should be a good start. Oh, not feeling as talkative today as I usually am. Sorry, guys. I'm just a little worn out this week. The holiday season always does this to me, though. Just so much bullshit going on at any given time, and I want so little to do with any of it, but people keep dragging me in. All I want for Christmas is to be left the fuck alone about Christmas. Ugh. Popeye's chicken or KFC? Popeye's. For two reasons. One, Popeye's chicken has spicy chicken. And two, Popeye's chicken has red beans and rice. That's not even a choice for me. That's like, I'll do KFC if Popeye's is absolutely unavailable. But that's about the only time. Wait, did I say that backwards? Yeah. Had to set my baby down to tell me that you're wrong. I'm sure that they'll think back on this fondly later in life. Like, Daddy doesn't love me, and I know because he had to put me down one time to tell some nerd on the internet that they were wrong about which fried chicken they like. They're gonna write a bitter memoir about you. Yeah, that's a decent bass tone. Hey man, they'll understand. Oh, yeah, so I am. Thank you, Kursala. Popeyes does have superior... I like Popeyes chicken better. I don't know what to tell you. You know, maybe this is one of those, some people taste cilantro like soap kind of things. Some people genuinely think KFC is better than Popeyes. I mean, they're, you know, provably objectively wrong, but there's, no accounting for taste, as they say. I as far as side dishes go, I'm all about that red beans and rice, and I really do like the spicy chicken pretty damn well. Rifcan with the follow, thank you so much for that, my friend. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today? That's still part of his chin, right? Yeah, it is, okay. God, this whole model is just so fucking weird. We're not going to get into another Candy War situation over this. I will simply accept that some people like KFC more. It's okay. You know, people are allowed to be wrong. They're allowed to be wrong about all sorts of things. Get into the deep crevices of his stupid-looking face. Needs to be a Christmas version of Roses Are Red, Violets Are Red, Trees Are Red, I Set Your Garden on Fire. That one's new to me, I have to confess. Used to live half a mile from a KFC. It smelled gross if the wind came from that direction. Yeah, all fast food is delicious until you have to be around it all day. Or, any of what they dump behind the various locations. I've never had Bojangles myself, Roland. A bit red in the face. My name's Rodan and I got jokes. How you doing, Rodan? Good to see you, man. Go ahead and slather this into his eyes while I'm at it, and I'm going to build them up to an off-white. I think red is actually, this reddish, ruddy color is actually a good deep shadow even for that part of his face. I might come to regret that later. But I'm just trying to get the job done here. Clipping out a bunch of 3D prints. What you printing over there, Rodan? We're not doing this again. We're not doing this again, guys. Avocados are like they're one of nature's most delectable fruits. And if you insist on denying yourself the fantastic, creamy, rich, protein-laden treat, the pudding of the gods that is the avocado, you know, I can't stop you. I can't make you eat avocados. Believe me, I've tried. I looked into it. I contacted Twitch. I said, "Hey, Twitch, what can I do to just, like, hire a person who goes to people's homes and forces avocados down their throat?" And they said, "How did you get this number?" So, you know, that effort was was stymied a bit. So, you know, in the absence of that ability, I just kind of have to accept that some people are, you know, wrong about avocados. And in many ways, this stream has been very good for me in that sense. It's forced me to accept a number of things about people that I otherwise would not. Bunch of AOS squig hoppers. Ooh, exciting. Hope you're planning on sharing that with us, Rodan. I'll lay that in as the deepest color for his teeth as well before I build those up, which I want to do, I think, before I do the rest of his face. Kind of just laying this into the deep spaces betwixt these giant chompers of his. I don't know why this particular brown has just not gone on very well today. M. Fontana, I love me some guacamole, let me tell you. Go ahead and send some of that over to me. Ooh, excellent, Rodan. What is the deal with MODOK? Well, he's a weird guy. I mean, this isn't the final paint job for the teeth vandal. I'm not just painting his teeth brown and calling it a day. Speaking of which, the next thing I want to build up on there, I'm going to get going with a bit of something. Some of this birch with a touch of ochre. Because his teeth are never pearly white. I'll have a little bit of a yellow in there, but not like a whole lot. I don't want him to look like he never brushes his teeth. Does MODOK brush his teeth? Does MODOK eat? I don't know much about him. Because he Gilbert Gottfried playing MODOK. I think that we're in agreement that whoever it is that plays MODOK has to just be one ridiculous asshole. Which both Gilbert Gottfried and Patton Oswalt would fulfill that requirement swimmingly. Nope, out of focus. I love how sometimes the camera autofocuses. Never when I want it to. Just sometimes. Just sometimes. I should use my other brush. This one's giving me trouble. Can his arms wipe his own behind? Does he poop? I mean, I don't know. This should be the question of the day. Who can answer this? What nerd could bring the truth to us? Does MODOK poop? Jim Carrey, that would be an interesting choice. He has proven weirdly that he could play Dr. Robotnik. I haven't actually seen the Sonic movie, mind you. I'm not going to make any grand claims as to its quality, but I heard that it was not as bad as people expected it to be. That's not exactly high praise, mind you. Can his arms... I think his arms could reach his teeth, particularly if he had a big toothbrush. You know, he could get that in there. But then I think MODOK would be more likely to design a robot or have one of the AIM goons brush his teeth for him. What was the original acronym for MODOK? It was Mechanized Organism Designed Only for Computing? And then he changed it to Mechanized Organism Designed Only for Killing? I can't remember if it was computing or something else. A little Ace Ventura, but felt like Robotnik. I mean, you know, you hire Jim Carrey, you're gonna get a little bit of Ace Ventura. I think that Ventura was just a lot. I mean, you know, you could also say that Ace Ventura was a little fire marshal built, and you wouldn't be wrong. But then that's kind of what we all wanted, wasn't it? Certainly what I wanted. There's not enough Fire Marshal Bill in my life. Fuck Amber Heard. I mean, I'm trying. Believe me, man. I'm putting in the time. I'm putting in the effort. Okay, it's just not working. It's just not working. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, they cast her as Seuss. Did they really? After all the negative press that she fucking got from all that bullshit with Johnny Depp? That's kind of amazing. I really thought that she was done for after that. She came off like a real bitch. Taron Egerton. Yeah, Taron Egerton actually seems like a good choice for Johnny Storm. I would totally buy that. Mechanized organism designed only for Kodak with a big flash coming out of his head, right? Wait. Hold on. That was your ideal casting. Okay, I was like, wait, that seems... John Krasinski as Reed, like, there's no way that's really happening. And then I saw Emily Blunt as Sue, and I'm like, well, we know that's not happening. Okay, I just caught that's your ideal casting. I gotcha. I don't know about John Krasinski as Reed. That seems almost a little bit too much like you're just casting him because of his build. I don't know if he really has the attitude for it. But then I'm not a casting agent. I don't really know what John Krasinski's capable of. One of the only dramatic roles anybody's seen him in, as far as I know, is... I mean, there was Jack Ryan, but I didn't really watch that. I guess it's still on. There was A Quiet Place which, are they still doing a sequel to that? That seems like the worst idea to do a sequel about. A quieter place. A slightly less quiet place. A louder place. That movie was fun for what it was, but it was a very gimmicky film, and I don't feel like that can sustain another movie. Simply that one gimmick, particularly not after they revealed the weakness of the monsters at the end of the first movie. Oops, missed a part of his face. Go ahead and get that real quick. There we go. Oh, a little bit here. Sounds like a fucking classic crossbow roof. That's the Soltic round facer you're doing, right? Is it a prequel? Well, I mean, how are they going to do that, though? Like, okay, so it's a prequel so you can cast John Krasinski, because, spoiler alert for A Quiet Place, it's been out for a few years. If you haven't seen it by now, I'm sorry, but John Krasinski dies in the movie. So yeah, you could have John Krasinski in it that way, at the very least, doing a prequel. Oh, my bad, Rogue. Yeah, sorry about that. Is Jack Ryan good? Is it worth watching? See, but that also seems like a mistake to me, because part of what worked about the first movie was the mystique of the whatever invasion it was. Like, it had only been... It was less than a year, wasn't it? It was either less than a year or just over a year at the beginning of the movie since the invasion or whatever had taken place. But part of the strength of the movie was the fact that a lot of that was built in the background. You only really got details of the invasion by reading, like, you know, the newspapers blowing by in the wind. You could see headlines about meteors falling from the sky and terrible monsters. But part of what made that movie work was you didn't really know how it all fell apart, and they're just gonna show us. I hate it when they do that. I hate when a good story rides on some grand unknown, and then their first idea for a sequel is, well, let's take that unknown and just do that. Let's just do that for a movie. I get it. People pay to go see it. It makes money, but I guess I had hoped for more out of John Krasinski and his writing. Now, I might eat my words. Maybe it'll be an amazing movie and totally prove me wrong, and it'll be, you know, as it turns out, it was really fascinating how the invasion happened, or fucking whatever. I have very strong doubts. Very strong doubts indeed. I gathered that from just watching the first couple of episodes, Roland, that it was closer than, and I would agree with you, any of the Jack Ryans except Baldwin. I thought Baldwin did a fantastic job in the movies that he was in. And I read Tom Clancy back in the day. Part of my problem, and part of the reason I'm not getting into Jack Ryan now, is that I, as a person, have kind of moved on from my interest in Clancy's writing and the character of Jack Ryan overall. I was much more interested in both of those things years ago than I am now. If it had come out when I was in full-on Tom Clancy fervor mode, I would have been all about that show. I didn't hate Harrison Ford's Jack Ryan, but Harrison Ford was almost just playing Harrison Ford for the most part. Yeah, midichlorian syndrome. There you go. That's a good name for it. A Quiet Place 2, a loud place. Always raising the question of, if you can go near something really loud, like a waterfall, and yell all you want and the monsters can't hear you, why aren't you just living near a waterfall? Like, there's so many questions. Really? Adam Driver? He's a really good actor. I kind of have a hard time arguing with that one. Seal 6 Operator, how you doing today, man? Good to see you. Just plugging away on some Marvel Crisis Protocol. Hope you're having a good day, man. Getting angles on these teeth is tricky. It seems like a strangely unpopular move on Disney's part to cast Amber Heard in anything after all the negative press that she got, and with her being like, it was already questionable the fact that she has a major role in the DC movies, which they're in. I don't want to say that they're in direct competition with. Logically, Marvel movies should be in direct competition with DC movies, but even as a DC fan, if we're being completely honest, they're not competing with those movies. The Marvel movies are not competing with the DC movies in any realistic way. The DC movies are desperately and pathetically trying to catch up to the Marvel movies and imitating the Marvel movies every chance they get. And that's not really competition. It's very clear who is leading that pack. But she has not been popular for a while now. And Disney is usually very, very sensitive to social media-driven anti-actor campaigns, particularly when they're based on things like domestic violence, like Amber Heard. She's getting her own Mira movie? Ugh. Nobody wants that. Shows you how out of the loop I am. They absolutely are, Sumitha. Like, if that's not obvious by what happened with Justice League, where they were like, quick, we have to do an Avengers, and they're like, you know Marvel had, like, almost 10 years... Oh, I froze. I still don't know why this is happening. And it happens seemingly at random. I put in to get a new cam link. We'll find out if that works. 1 second, let me reset my camera. Yeah, I absolutely agree that the people heading the DC animated department, like, the DC animated movies are great. They're, like, really good. They're incredibly watchable. Their Flashpoint Paradox is fucking phenomenal. They should be the ones making the decisions as far as how the movies go, but for whatever reason. I think the DC movies are one of the best examples of how bean counters make terrible fucking movies. About how writing via committee is just an awful idea. Because they see dollar signs, and they clearly dumped a bunch of money into those movies expecting to make it all back. But their avarice, their lust for financial return, leads them to make a series of very, very stupid decisions. They hire directors based on, hey, this director's popular and makes money, put him in charge of the movie. They then fire those directors and replace them when the focus groups don't react just the way they want to. And what you wind up with is just artless, directionless drivel. But they're not going to put a real director in charge of any of these things, because a real director has real ideas. A real director wants to take risks. A real director wants to say something, and they don't want to say anything, because saying something might be unpopular. And unpopular things don't make money, and that is the point, is just the making of money. This is not to say that the point of most filmmaking these days isn't making money. Obviously it is. And obviously to a certain degree it has to be when you're getting that much investment. And that's fine, you know? But you have to be willing to take some risks. And they're just not. Now, maybe we'll see a little bit of a turnaround with that, with the Batman. I don't know. I have high hopes for that movie based on the names associated with it, but I also don't put it past Warner Brothers to find a way to fuck even an equation like that right up. I mean, hell, they fucked up Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck. Somehow, I was really not a fan at all of really any of Henry Cavill as Superman. I have no problem with. I think he, as an actor, is a perfectly fine choice, but the writing he had to work with was so abysmal. No, Superman, you have to let your father die because, I don't know, somebody might see you moving super fast or doing strong things, like maybe, arguably, possibly. So that's definitely worth the death of your father. No, Superman, you need to let that bus full of children drown because someone might see what? What? Okay. Yeah, sure, guys. I'm still like, and I know everybody's been making a big deal lately as far as people on the DC movie bus, what people there are, about, oh, Zack Snyder got the opportunity to really give us his vision, his artistic vision for Justice League. Oh, he recut it, he added all this stuff, he redid the CGI, and I'm just like, you have any idea how many things you'd have to add to that movie to make it anything other than a piece of shit? You have any idea how many things you'd have to fundamentally change? And at that point, like, I'm not even interested anymore. Guys, you made the movie, you released the movie, it sucked. If you did that and then turned around and went, whoopsies, well, we should have gone with the original idea. Well, guess what? You didn't. You already released it. It already sucked. Go away. I don't care what the original vision was. And frankly, the original vision coming from a guy like Zack Snyder. Zack fucking Snyder, really? He's your visionary? Okay. Yeah, Sumitha, as I'm watching these movies, I'm coming up with better plots than the ones that they're actually exploring. I know that feeling. I don't know if I genuinely am a better director or a better writer. In fact, I almost certainly am not, because I'm not a writer at all. I know that I would be more amused by my own plots, but, you know, I guess that's not really saying much, is it? Of course, I would be more amused. I like the idea. In my own head, I'm the best writer ever. Isn't that the easiest place for that to be true? Zack Snyder is known for having a very distinct, very bombastic visual style. He is known for adapting Frank Miller's 300, along with a number of other things. Mostly he's known for his dramatic visuals in slow motion. And his visuals are very powerful, yes, but I've also seen all of them, like, plenty of times, and it really seems like that's all he has to bring to the table. It blows my mind to see people acting like Zack Snyder is some sort of artistic visionary. The dude is... He knows how to frame a shot. He knows how to frame a shot. I'll give him that. But once you've seen the shots that he's framed, 30 fucking times, you realize, oh, it's all the same goddamn shot. Yeah, I think James... Yeah, he did the Dawn of the Dead remake. I'm looking forward to seeing what James Gunn does with Suicide Squad 2. I'm just going to regard that as Suicide Squad 1. I think a lot of people are going to do that along with me. Pretend that the other one just didn't happen. Why not? It was forgettable. Does anyone remember what happened in the first Suicide
If you don't
Squad?
respect the cat, you're gonna get the
Oh
bat.
shit! What's up, Cat? How you doing, Cat Ion? Hope you're having a good day. Data Nerd, honestly, skip it. Skip it. Suicide Squad is a terrible movie. It's not even entertaining. It is boring as shit, and it ends in another fight against the giant skybeam, like you haven't seen that 500,000 times. It's disappointing. In the extreme. Ooh, just got home with Chinese food. I am officially jealous. I could go for some Chinese food. Yeah, Assault on Arkham was much, much better. Much, much better. What's funny, too, is that the Rebirth Suicide Squad released, the comic run for Suicide Squad Rebirth, released like the same week that the movie Suicide Squad did.
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Oh, I am trying to get inside the lines, though. And Rebirth, that first run of it was much, 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 much better than the movie that they sunk a lot more money into. I was into the DC Rebirth line for a little while there. I didn't stick with it, though. I liked Aquaman's Rebirth storyline, but then it was written by Dan Abnett, and I'll pretty much read any... I'd read a novel that man wrote on toilet paper. Like, Dan Abnett's a fantastic writer. I feel like he writes just for me. Oh, okay. I think one last round of highlights on his teeth, and I'm going to call them good with a little bit of a wash, perhaps. Put that away, and I'm going to jump all the way up to Skeleton Bone. Good old Steel. Oh, man. Wasn't Shaq in Steel? Wasn't that Shaquille O'Neal? I feel like I remember that. Those are the good old days when Shaq was just everywhere, man. Remember Shaq Fu? Anybody else play that game? Fucking Sega Genesis, baby. Hey, what's up, Rio? How you doing, man? Shaq Fu. Yeah, it was like a surprisingly fun fighting game, actually. Tired, fat, and lazy. Oof, well, you were in good company here then, Rio. Because, samesies, bro. Samesies. Been trying to order Chinese food for weeks, but nobody's been answering. Decided to drive down there tonight to see if they were closed or something. Turns out I was just missing them. I wasn't persistent enough in calling. You did not have the dedication required, Cat, for the Chinese food restaurant. That was the first test. You failed. You have to want it enough. We only have one Chinese food restaurant in this tiny little town that I live in. And I do try to patronize it as much as I possibly can. Because if I don't, the food here will just continue to suck forever. It's more than we had 10 years ago, I'll tell you that. This town does not get many restaurants at all, and 2020 has not been kind on the ones that we do get. We have one diner, and it's awful. It has no competition, and it makes me so sad. I just wish they had anyone at all to compete with so that they would improve their service. So, Rio, I picked up Phantom Brigade, and I just keep playing it. It has become, for the last 24 hours or so, my go-to, like, well, I can't work right now, my brain's not working, I need to play something to take my mind off it, and I fire up Phantom Brigade and I play a few missions. He's good. I don't know, like, it remains to be seen if it's going to get tiresome or not. It's a fairly complex game in some ways, and then there are some mechanics that seem complex, but once you use them a few times, they're just not. But I've been having a good time with it. I would say that for the money that I spent on it already, I've gotten a good amount of gameplay out of it, and I don't think I will regret the purchase on any level. I'm very curious to see what they add. It definitely needs some refinement. I've been meaning to send some notes into them, like, there are lots and lots of granular upgrades you can get for your mechs, different parts that you can add, and it's cool, and it adds a real feeling of, progression and individuality to your mechs, and I think that's the goal. But some of them are so granular, some of them are such tiny upgrades, and not communicated very well, that it leaves you wondering, like, why the hell do I have so many fucking mech parts? And I hope they fix that, but they've got a very extensive roadmap for continued releases through January. They seem to know where they're going, they seem to know what they need to work on, so I'm very, very hopeful that it will continue to become better and better. But as it exists right now, just as an early access game, it is very, very playable, and there is a lot to do in the campaign mode. It's not finished, there's some storyline elements missing, but it really feels like HBS Battletech mixed with XCOM 2. And the campaign makes me feel like I'm playing through Fang of the Sun Dugram. Like retaking my home from the invaders one battle at a time, liberating villages, and throwing parades for myself. The mechs remind me a lot of the ones in Titanfall. They seem like they're about that size and that strength. Holy crap, there are a lot of boogers to eat in hell. What are we talking about? I'm here and there are no mechs to be seen, not even in hell. I have no idea where this conversation came from, but I like it. Thankfully, MODOK is one of those... it's funny. Thankfully, he's one of those with the all-white eyes. He's always drawn as having just, like, whited-out eyes, so that's going to be easy to paint. But, of course, he's the only model with large enough eyes that I would feel comfortable doing, like, a complex eyeball paint job on him. Thanks for that, MCP. You make his eyes big enough that I could do something with him, but, of course, that's not him. That's not a thing. Spectacular. Yeah, a little bit of that Battlestar Galactica deadlock. I feel like my results are slightly more randomized than they are in Battlestar Galactica deadlock. The control scheme is certainly very similar to BSG. As far as, you know, you set up your turn and then you watch your people execute it. I don't fully understand all of the mechanics yet. A lot can go wrong over the course of a turn that you're not planning for. If you get the legs knocked out from under your mech, he'll continue to try to execute the plan that you gave him even as he's stumbling and crashing. There are definitely some funny little idiosyncrasies, like you can see the future turn, you can see everything the enemy's going to do when you select all your stuff. Which means you can be like, okay, this guy's going to shoot at me at this time, so I'm going to make sure my mech dashes behind this building to block the shot, which results in some funny things like enemy mechs just kind of firing at walls when you're behind them instead of changing their plan. I get that it's necessary for the way the gameplay flows, but it's a little immersion breaking to watch them just doing the wrong thing and not reacting to the battlefield at all. Now, each turn is only 5 seconds, so it's fair to say they definitely thought you were going to be someplace, but it still is funny to watch them just shooting walls and cliffs. I kind of wish if the shot was impossible, they might just cancel it. But there's a lot to change in the game, and that's a suggestion that I actually made in the one little snippet that I sent in, where, like, if a shot is impossible when an enemy goes to do it, they should just cancel it. It would make them a little tougher, too, because heat management is a big part of the game. If you overheat, you start falling apart pretty damn quickly. And it would make the enemies tougher if they would cancel impossible shots and save themselves the heat. Chaotic Harmony, I think you would enjoy it. After watching how much you enjoy, like, Crying Suns and Star Sector and shit like that, Chaotic, I think you would love Phantom Brigade. Maybe wait for it to go full release. It's got some time left before it gets to that point. But the gameplay loop as it is right now is, like I said, still a lot of fun. Yeah, you go ahead and you lurk. You lurk, Chaotic. Chaotic, I would shit-talk you even if you were sitting here actively engaged in chat. Like, I think the fact that you're lurking is going to save you. In some hells, there are roads of toenail clippings. Lakes of masturbatorial residue. Boogers are the least of your problems. In some hells, it is said that there are Legos scattered all over the ground and you're not allowed to wear shoes. In some hells. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. You're not wrong, Chaotic. That's like all I got, man. Would you deny me my shit talking? I have almost nothing else to set me apart. Chinese food. I'm a little jealous, Cat. I would totally mow down on some Chinese food right now. I gotta stop being so hungry when I stream. I just need like a horse bag, you know? That I can nosh on while I'm here. While I'm on. Nom, nom, nom. Feed bag, I think that would be what that is called. Not a horse bag. It's a feed bag, and you would generally use it for things like horses. Not like Chairman Mao. No. That would be tasteless. And ironic, because famously it would be his agricultural reforms that led to no one being able to mow down. I don't know where I got that phrase. I don't think I've heard that phrase since I was watching, like, Jackass in the early 2000s. Amazing. Because horse jokes. Right? Right, Chaotic? Yeah. How's that, well, you're lurking. You're lurking even though you're not, but I was gonna ask how that terrain paint up is coming for you, Chaotic. No, Cat, no, let's stop this. Hamburg. Ooh, that's a bit of a stretch there. That is a bit of a stretch. Slept early yesterday and did your streaming today. Well, the work you've done on it so far is pretty fantastic, man. I think it's going to look really nice. I think your friendly local game store owner is going to be very pleased with the final product based on the direction that it's going. Little bit of pure white. Not much. I don't want to overdo it, but I do want there to be a brighter spot in his eyes. Honestly, right now, I would be taking part in the horse puns, but my brain is just dead. Is just dead. I got nothing. I got no witticisms today. I have no wit left. Unbridled silliness. Yeah, that's pretty decent for his eyes. I might give them a wash and then re-brighten the middles. Depends. I'll let him sit until after the rest of the face gets done. Speaking of which, Let's go ahead and get to work on the face, why don't we? Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. No, not you. Warrior flesh. I got some dwarf skin. I feel like I want to start with this. It's pretty red. A little mix of my previous flesh tone and that. And then I'll work back towards dwarf flesh. There we go. I'm somewhat thankful that MODOK apparently doesn't have eyebrows. I can just paint his big brows as totally fleshy. I don't like painting eyebrows. I'm no good at it. I struggle with faces in general, which is why I'm trying to do more of them lately. But I still dread them for whatever reason. And Captain Marvel came out okay. But I'm going to push myself a little bit more when I do my second Captain Marvel and when I get around to... I really want to put some effort into Red Skull next time I paint him. Because I just, looking back on him the other day, I was not super duper happy with where I landed on him. Which is sad, because I like Red Skull. I mean, it's not sad, I suppose. Oh, thank you for that. I was starting to slouch a bit there. And yeah, I should drink some water. You're absolutely right, Hamburg Tack. Oh, this is bad. This is like having my dad in chat. Every time I look up, there's something new. How you been doing lately, Cat? Have you painted anything? You were getting started a little while ago, but I'm not sure if you've had the opportunity, the inclination to do any painting recently. Realize I hadn't asked. Red Skull and his more edible counterpart, Bread Skull. More edible. It's not to say that the Red Skull isn't edible. We don't want to be unfair to him. Johann Schmidt can be quite tasty in the right circumstances. I was shocked when someone in this chat informed me that that was not Hugo Weaving who did Red Skull's voice in Avengers Infinity War, whichever one he was in. It was Infinity War, right? Or maybe Endgame. I was shocked. I really thought that that was him. Somebody did a pretty solid Hugo Weaving impression. Gotta hand it to him. I'll trot myself out. Does MODOK really count as having a face? It's more like he is a face. Yeah, he's more head than man. He does have a face though, because technically he has a body. It's just not a very impressive one. No, no, Chaotic. Just no. Yes, you should be sorry. You should, in fact, be sorry for that. He's a living emoji on a fart chair. That may be actually one of the best descriptions I've heard from MODOK in recent memory. Good evening, Downslide. How are you doing today, my friend? How you been, by the way, Seal 6 Operator? Been doing any painting lately? Oh, guys, I'm just wiped out today. I'm glad that I'm sitting here doing some painting, but woof. I might take a nap after this. Naps are one of the best parts about being an adult. Being able to say, no, now is nap time. It doesn't downslide. It's very hard to capture the Bela Lugosi in text. Ooh, special modified versions that'll blow my socks off of Dugram A. Very interesting, Seal 6 Operator. I'm glad to see more people printing and painting those. There was one posted earlier today on the Battletech subreddit. I posted my own, but there was somebody else who also posted one. That would have been Tough Guy from the Everything Battletech subreddit. Did a good job on it. Apparently they printed out a number of the, not the Dugrams, but the Soltic Round Facers. A number of them got printed out for a local painting contest for him. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hoping to get some more sculpts out there in the near future so people can paint to their heart's content. Oh, he has such an angry face on him. Look at it. It's fucking ridiculous. I'll wind up doing his head last just because it's the part of him that I'm going to be handling the most as I actually paint the rest of him. The top of his head, that is. Well, top of his head and then his fart cloud that he's shooting out of his funny little floating chair. Oop, I missed a spot down here. This is what happens when you anthropomorphize Pac-Man. Pac-Man already is. He's already anthropomorphic. Don't you see it? You just ableist against, people whose mouths occupy half of their heads and have no cheeks. Whoa, spent over $100 on replacement barrels for the shoulder autocannons. For what, Seal 6 Operator? For the Dugrams? Damn, dude, what are you fucking replacing them with? Like silver? Oh, okay. I mean, you know, as long as it's gonna be precious metals. Hope to print one of the round faces. Well, Man of Llama, they are generally available. You big into 3D printing? 3D printing is really blown up this year. More people are into it than ever before, and that is something that I strongly and firmly encourage. The more 3D printers there are, the better off we all are, because the more motivated companies will be to actually address the technology. Holy moly, Javier 0220, thank you so much for that follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. It's so weird painting him. Like, here's my question. Does MODOK have a pelvis? Because he has this Flash-style little chin cup, but it's also where his chest logically would be, and then his legs are just sort of coming out of that same swell. I don't know that he has a pelvis. Oh, that was smart. Well, thankfully I'd swished my brush. He has legs, so he has... I mean, you say that, data nerd, but that would be, like, nothing else about him makes any sense either. Somebody find me an X-ray of MODOK. It has to exist. MODOK has existed as a character in the Marvel Universe for long enough that someone else has asked this question, someone else has demanded answers from the creators. I guarantee it. We just have to find it. We just have to find it. That's also very possible, Downslide. I don't actually know. I don't know that much about MODOK as a character. Like, I know generally the role that he fills in the Marvel Universe. I'm familiar with the AIM organization, and occasionally I've had him show up as a villain in an arc that I'm reading. I don't know that much about his origins or the explanation of his physiology. I know that his head was swollen to a ridiculous size as part of the experiment that made him into MODOK. But yeah, I mean, maybe he is just a head. And then yeah, his limbs are entirely cybernetic. That's very possible. He is the mechanized or mobile or mental organism, depending on which definition you look up. Ultimately, the answer for me is unclear. I just want to kind of define his face here a little bit before I continue painting. Or rather, define where it ends. Not sure how official it is. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Ooh. That's a weird one. But it does show him having a body. With little legs and little arms in there. God, who the hell even knows? Well, thank you for sharing that, Man of Llama. I'm glad somebody found something. I hate Pinterest. I don't understand Pinterest as a platform. Pinterest for me it exists solely to frustrate me when I'm doing like Google image searches. Because I'll search for something and it'll be a Pinterest link and I'm like, sweet, and I click on it and it just takes me to the Pinterest. Which occasionally kind of will maybe link me to the origin, but more often than not it just stops there with a picture that I can't blow up and I can't even save. Now, I feel certain that this is user error. The problem exists between monitor and keyboard. Or no, not between monitor and keyboard, you know what I mean. But I don't understand it as a platform. I've never used it. I guess it's just meant to be an image aggregator, but I'm not sure how to use it, so it's frustrating to me. You can save images from there? How? It never lets me. Maybe I'm showing my age. I'm just too old for that Pinterest. Is MODOK thick? I mean, relatively speaking. You got that thick brain, baby. That thick brain case. I played some Marvel Crisis Protocol last week with Play and Win, who some of you might recognize from here on the stream. He stops in from time to time. It's a really, really fun game. If you have any doubts about whether or not you want to try this game, the minis are a little expensive. I wish that there were some more 3D printable alternatives, and I'm still searching for some for like Green Goblin, instead of spending like $30 on the model. At the same time, it is a good game. The sculpts are excellent. The models are really well made. So the question is, like, should I just spend the $30 for the model and, you know, reward the creators? That is supposedly how this is supposed to work. And as someone who makes models, I guess I should appreciate that. But either way, I enjoy the gameplay quite a lot. If you haven't tried it and you're curious, I strongly recommend you download the Tabletop Simulator module. It's excellent. It's highly automated, too. Like, unit stats float above the model itself. They've got models in there that it looks like what they did was they took painted figures and they 3D scanned them, so they actually look pretty good inside of TTS. All in all, I was very impressed with the module. And I intend to play that some more. Until I can, you know, play games in person again, because fucking 2020. Wow, yeah, that doesn't that doesn't count, Man of Law. If I have to go into the coding for the fucking site and find the coded reference to download the picture, I feel like that doesn't count at all as an answer. I appreciate that it can be done, but my response is if I see something that's on Pinterest, I just skip that image. I guess it's supposed to serve as like a personal repository for images that you find around the internet. That's what I've gathered. But since I just do that myself in picture folders, they get way too large, and then I never really look at them, and then I end up just clearing them all one day without actually ever using the file. I'm so internet savvy, you guys. So internet savvy. He's right, Hethrier. Tell him he is absolutely correct. This is one ugly asshole. I would challenge him on one thing, and this may be a good opportunity to teach him the difference. The model is not ugly. The character is ugly. The model is actually very nice. It is a fantastic rendition of an ugly son of a bitch. If you want to get technical. Entirely too lazy to draw that distinction at this point in time. Well, that's going to bite you in the ass later in life. By the time you think of it, he'll be like 30, and he just won't understand. It just won't compute. But you told me. But you told me something else. Why did you let me believe that I was right? You'll think back to this moment. You'll think back to this exact moment to watching this stream, and you'll think, God, I should have listened to Thunderhead. Why don't I listen to Thunderhead for my child-rearing advice? Could it be because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about? No, that's probably not it. Alright, now to move up to Dwarf Flesh. Which I need to go ahead and mix a little better. There we go. It's been helpful for ideas as far as kitchen renovation and the bathroom remodel. See, it's obviously easy to find pictures on it. It's just that anytime I've found pictures on it, I've wanted to then take those pictures and do something else with them, and it makes it very difficult to do that. That is my primary complaint. Like I said, I'm sure that there is a way to do it. I'm sure that there are easier ways to manage your picture consumption on Pinterest, but I don't know what it is, and I don't care to learn. So in my world, it just functions as a dead end for picture searches. The Marvel Crisis Protocol models, by the way, are really lovely figures. Like, honestly, the quality of the sculpting that they've done on these is fan-fucking-tastic. Every single model I've enjoyed painting. And I've got, after this guy, I've got two more that I'm going to probably go ahead and do on stream. We have the Incredible Hulk, who, honestly, guys, this model is amazing. It's, dare say, incredible. Just as far as how it's divided up and how it sits on the sprue, how it comes together, and how smoothly it glues, like, it's a really, really well-made figure. I'm looking forward to doing some work on that. And then I've got, where is he? Where'd you go? Oh, I moved him. He's right here. And then I've got Ultron, who I'm not looking forward to painting, if I'm being honest, because I went ahead and I tried to do non-metallic metal on Iron Man, which tells me I need to try to do non-metallic metal on Ultron, and this is going to be fucking stupid. This is going to be stupid. Data Nerd, I am hoping to do the Hulk next week and follow him up with Ultron. It's a lovely model. It's a gorgeous model. I am just... Ugh. It's going to be a weird paint job. I listen exclusively to Thunderhead for my life choices. Everything else... everything's coming up Millhouse. You know, I can't possibly fault your decision-making, Suicide Prinny. I am a source of great wisdom, great erudition, great experience, and absolute maturity. I'm doing good for the moment. Thank you. I always go full metallic metal, make it gleam and be shiny. See, that's the problem, though, Sumitha. I already started doing this. I already started doing this incomplete NMM job on Iron Man, and I feel like I have to do the same thing on Ultron, or, I mean, I don't know what would happen. There could be consequences. The men might come. And nobody wants that. I'm trying to learn, though, Seal Sig. Like, if you've been on this stream a few times, you know that I will often speak out, not against NMM, but against the cult of NMM, against the fad of NMM. But in this specific circumstance, painting comic book characters, I feel like it actually does a really, really good job, because they're comic book characters, and they're originally rendered in 2 dimensions, and so non-metallic metal effects are often used in their original renditions. I feel like if there's any place that I should try using non-metallic metal techniques, it is in comic book characters. And so, you know, I'm just trying to continue to expand my painting vocabulary. I'm trying to keep growing. One of my big complaints for myself this year, and you've heard it on stream if you've been in here, is just that I haven't grown that much as a painter this year. So, I'm going to use that as an opportunity to at least try to grow a bit more. Not the bad men. I've done a little bit of OSL this year, suicide printing. Not a whole lot of OSL, but a little bit. OSL and NMM are the two most obvious. Like, people post in the Storm Report sometimes, and they'll ask me, like, what is the technique I need? Like, okay, this is the last mini I painted. What technique would you recommend I continue to work on? And I'll give them answers. A lot of the time, it's, well, okay, you got to work on your shading, you got to work on blending, you got to maybe pick up dry brushing as a technique. You know, that's the next step. Logically, that's the next thing you can do to continue growing as a painter. For me, right now, self-assessment, NMM and OSL. Not that I can't do them, I've done both of them. I need to get them to a point where where they're not as much of an ordeal. Because there are painters out there who can just throw it down. It's just a tool in the box, and that's what I want it to be. Not necessarily one I'm going to use a whole lot, but I don't want to be driven away from doing those techniques because I'm not good at them. I want to choose not to use them because I don't think they're right, and not because I dread trying them, if that makes sense. Oh wow, does that actually work, Dabber Raccoon? I feel like a moron for not knowing that. Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to start doing that. I'll just make that an automatic part of my search because I never want results from Pinterest. Maybe not never, but most of the time I don't. Yeah, that's... I've been watching a lot of Wapple. Lately, Suicide Prinny, and it definitely, like, strikes me when I watch him paint, when he's just like, okay, so let's just go ahead and do a little NMM on here real quick. Bing, bang, boom, in like 5 minutes he's done it. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of seeing the technique on the model, and I need to practice it so that I'm making good decisions when I paint. I don't want... It seems like a silly thing to say, but I'll just say it. I don't want fear to ever dictate the techniques that I use in an artistic project. Does that make sense? And I don't mean fear in the sense of, like, you know, fear of physical harm or deep existential terror. That's not the sort of fear I'm talking about. Just the fear of, like, oh, that's gonna be real difficult and I gotta concentrate really hard at it. That's silly. It's silly. So I'm trying to just continue adding tools to my box, and the two that I want to focus on are definitely NMM and OSL. Not exclusively, but they're on my list right now. Also trying to get better at faces, which makes MODOK an interesting choice since he's basically one big face. Got to get better at wet blending. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. I'm trying to get better at glazing, too. always growing. It's what I try to be. Always growing, always pushing myself a little bit to just get that little bit better. If I keep that up, I might be the kind of painter that I actually like one day. I don't know. I'm probably never going to like my own work. I think that's the unicorn for miniature painters. I always try to maintain that just easygoing, freewheeling attitude towards miniature painting, that Bob Ross, whatever, as long as you're having fun. But because of who I am as a person, I find myself not doing a great job at it. I will judge myself for not being better at painting techniques and nonsense like that. And it's not helpful. Not really. It doesn't make me a better painter. It's just unhealthy internal toxicity. Had to well actually at me about how water isn't wet or some shit. Yeah, water isn't wet. That makes perfect sense. You know the funny thing about painting techniques, the really exacting painting techniques, and I've definitely said this before, there are as many ways to paint a model as there are people painting models. There absolutely 100% are. Everybody has their own way of doing certain things, and there's nothing wrong with that. But people get it in their heads that there's a way that it's done. There's a way that it's done. There's a technique that is used. There is a material that must be used. But you go and watch the really, really good painters out there, the really, really talented painters, the prodigies, the ones who just sling out those paint jobs that you find yourself getting kind of jealous over. They don't abide by any of those rules. They sling paint, and they come up with ideas, and they try them, and if they work, they stick with them, and if they don't, they don't. And I think that's one of the healthiest mindsets to be in. Just keep trying new things. Look to other people for technical advice. Sure, absolutely. Look to other people for how to get over the basics, for how to achieve techniques that you see a model that you really, really like some effect on. Yeah, ask that person how they did it, and listen to them, absolutely. But don't be afraid to make it up. Don't be afraid to just try what the fuck ever. I try to remember that. There are more people painting models today than there have been for a long time. It really, as a hobby, it's blown up in just the last few years. It's blown up here on Twitch. It's blown up just generally in reality. And as a result, there are fads within the hobby. And those fads, I think Facebook is the worst for it. Facebook amplifies it the most. Like I've talked about NMM before, like that became really, really popular around the turn of the millennium, around 2000. There was a particular model that made it into, I want to say, the Crystal Brush finals. That just blew everybody's tits off. It was like, whoa, look at that giant axe that they did. That technique is really cool. And then from then on, it was like, everybody has to do NMM. If you're not doing NMM, what the fuck are you even doing? It got annoying. There were artists out there who were doing really, really cool things with true metallic metal, and it's like people didn't even have time to look at them. I also often think we're not good painters. The internet has a way of amplifying those feelings, though, Rogue. The internet both gives us access to incredible quantities and types of inspiration in the form of letting us see the painters that we really admire and the work that they do, and also opens the door to the less healthy, more toxic mindsets. I've had mornings where I wake up and I start looking on, Instagram or whatever. I'm just, let me check what the painters are doing today. And by the time I've looked over, particularly if I'm about to paint a model, I'll be like, well, who else has done this model and what did they do, out of curiosity? And, by the time I'm done looking it up, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, why am I even painting this at this point? I'll never do it as well as these guys did, oh my god. And that's, that misses the whole point of painting. But the internet can let you circle the drain like that. Mentally. Doesn't really give you perspective. The internet doesn't have a little happy reminder that pops up and goes, you know, like Clippy pops up. And he's like, hey, remember, this guy has been painting for 30 years non-stop. Remember, this guy was a classically trained artist before he did this. I always feel like that whenever I look up, the only mistake is not putting paint on the model. The only mistake is not trying, because there is no failure in trying. There is no failure in art. There is no failure in miniature painting. It is not possible to fail. It's only possible to learn. I mean, that might be a little extreme, but I think you know what I mean. I think that Dale, for those of you who are familiar with the BattleTech painting groups, Dale Ida, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. I think a number of you probably know him. He posts painted mechs a lot of the time on the BattleTech Facebook groups. He's an amazing painter. He's a truly incredible painter. He has an art background, is my understanding. He has a background in, like, trained classical art. And so it is not a surprise at all to see the quality that he puts into his painted pieces. And you know what's funny is if you talk to him, he will downplay everything that he does so much. He will tell you, like, oh, that amazing blend that you can't even comprehend that I did on that one model. Oh yeah, I did that with a dry brush. Like, you son of a bitch. That took you 5 minutes? I could try for hours and not achieve that. But it's not because you're not capable of it. It's because you're not thinking about it from the right perspective. It's because you're making it harder in your head than it really is. Broke a friend's brain the other day telling him to base coat light pink for an orange pauldron. That's how I did this yellow. You can't see the gradient as well on the camera, and I wound up kind of flattening it a little bit as I did it, but this yellow is a single coat of yellow through an airbrush done over pink and white zenithal. Now, you could do much better than I did with this yellow. This is just real light shading and a very small gradient to some of the undersides, but yeah, the pink does a fantastic job. Really, look at the relationship on the color wheel between pink and yellow, and do that with every color for your base tones, and you can get much more rich shadows. I need to occasionally start plugging Goobertown Hobbies and Squidmar Painting. Their YouTube videos are amazing and so educational. So educational. Love using high saturation base coats for pigment thin color. Yeah. Also, that's one of the things that Goobertown does that makes that work so well is he tends to use inks and super thin acrylics when he puts down his base coats over that stuff. Yeah, Wonder Gecko, that's what he goes by. That's Dale. Bone Shooter, what's up, my man? Could we get a shout out? Could we get a shout out for Bone Shooter 87? You've been streaming lately, my man.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but
give
you're
that
just
man a
base
follow,
coat, man.
Thank you so much, Cat. Hey, what's up, man, Rufusol? Yeah, Goobertown is... that dude's a genius. That dude has... he blows my mind a little bit. He gets into the science and the why of the things that he does in a way that a lot of people do not. Each of their channels are incredibly educational. Also, I like Squidmar's accent. He has such a friendly Euro accent. Whenever you find yourself doubting your work, looking at others, see the last comment yeah, there are many like it, but this one is mine. You're right. And you know, I feel like I'm decent at giving advice and so terrible at following my own advice not to compare yourself to other painters, period. It's a mistake. It is a mistake to compare yourself to other painters. Look to other painters, be inspired by other painters, absolutely, but do not compare yourself to them because you're not trying to beat them. It's not a competition. Unless you're entering a competition, then it is a competition. There's some wisdom for you. Started mini painting about 6 months ago and started streaming about 4 months ago. Yeah, I've seen you popping up more and more often, Bone Shooter. You do good work, my friend. And for only starting 6 months ago, you're fucking fantastic, man. It just popped up in my feed this morning, Manro Fasal. I have not watched it yet. Yeah, I liked that. I liked that comic that you shared with the foxes. Have you been caught yet as an imposter? Well, no. Okay. I am a genius. I am an infiltrator passing as one of them. Well, yeah, that's a much healthier way to think of it. We are all faking it. I think one of the great realizations that I came to as an adult was that everybody is bullshitting all the time to some degree. Fake it till you make it is a very, very real strategy that is employed by many, many people the world over. Oh, we can see MODOK's face really beginning to emerge now. I'm taking his face slow because painting faces is something I'm really trying to grow in right now. His face is particularly easy because it's large and it has so many defined details on it. But that kind of makes it a perfect practice piece also. Apply the same techniques to this that you would any other miniature face. Try to compete against you. That's because I look at your stuff and say, I want to have my shit look as good as that. But see, that's exactly what I'm saying, Chaotic. It's not competition, it's inspiration. And honestly, I know I've said this on the stream before, you guys, but one of the greatest things that can happen for me as a painter, as a streamer, complete honesty, absolute objectivity. I am a middling painter on the scale of painters that I really respect. I'm middling, and I feel like that's being generous, but then, you know, I look at painters who are really, really good for a lot of my inspiration, and those are the ones that I end up comparing myself to like an idiot. I just continually tell myself, well, you know, keep it up for another... Just keep painting. Just keep painting, do it for another 10 years, and then... you know, see where you're at. See if you've hit that point, because that's the kind of work these guys have had to put in. And have fun with it. Always have fun with it. If you enjoy what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. Thankfully, this isn't my job. That's one thing I'm determined to never do again. It's one of the reasons that people are sometimes disappointed when they contact me and find out I don't really do commission paint. Like, I do a little bit. I'll do some commission painting for some people sometimes. Not very often. They tend to be friends of mine that I'm doing favors for just because I like them or because I like the model itself. But I don't make it my bread and butter, because that kills the joy for me. Done it before. It's always been a mistake for me. Now that is not going to be the same for everybody. Some people, obviously, there are commission painters out there who just turn and burn, who really love doing it, and I respect them immensely. I watch like AMP Services or Steiner Miniatures, who does a lot of commission painting on his channel. Brush for Hire he does some commission painting on his channel. Actually, he does a fair amount of it, come to think of it. Yeah. That's how I get away with putting Lord Hethrier off for, like, literally years at a time. Technically, it's not a commission. Genius, isn't it, Hethrier? God, why are you still friends with me? Who are your favorite Battletech painters, and where can I see their work? Well, one of them is right here in chat right now, as a matter of fact. Colonel Matthew Steiner, would you do me a favor? And just plug yourself a little bit, man. That's a strange sentence, isn't it? do a little self-advertisement is what I'm trying to say. Colonel Matthew Steiner, feel free to post like your Instagram or anything, because this is an example of a man who I have immense respect for in the BattleTech painting community. Chaotic Harmony has come a long way since he started fairly recently. Wonder Gecko is a fantastic choice to check out. B1B Flyer is another good example of a miniature painter. Vergaderung, who's also often in this chat, is a fantastic BattleTech painter. Who else? Who am I missing? Steel Warrior Studios does a decent amount. There are so many names, and I'm forgetting a lot of them right now. Hey, Hyperphase Studios. We got that shout out already. Sorry, I missed you in chat a little bit earlier. How you doing, Hyperphase? Yeah, Hyperphase does a lot of commission paint. It's like every time I pop into his stream, he's working on some commission. I can't do commission painting, particularly on stream. It all has to be from me. That's just the kind of painter that I am. See, that's just it. He loves doing it. It works for Hyperphase. For me, it kills so much of the drive that I have. I am a very hedonistic artist. When I call myself an artist at all, my work ethic is incredibly hedonistic. Hyperphase Studios, he's a fantastic painter. I don't know that Hyperphase ever does BattleTech, but man, if you are not following him already, definitely give him a follow and pop into his next stream. He has an amazing eye for color. That's something else that's currently on my list for self-improvement, is to get better at my color theory. Because right now, I know enough color theory to be a little dangerous, but not enough to... I can apply it in limited applications, but I need more practice. And there's nothing for it but to keep painting. When we say that painting is not a competition, the only person that I'm in a competition with that I have chosen is myself. I would like each model to be better than the one before it, and for the most part, I have succeeded at that this year. For the most part. Not in every case. I go through periods where I just fucking hate, like, everything that I'm doing. Like, there have been times right here on stream where I've been painting models and just thinking to myself, like, I hate this. I hate the color scheme. Nothing I'm doing is working, god damn it. But you push through those times. I just do things in black and red. It works for you, though, Sumitha. And, you know, that's something else that's important to remember as a miniature painter. Know why you're painting things. Do you want to expand as a painter? Do you want to be a dabbling artist? Do you want to explore new techniques? You don't have to. You do not have to as a miniature painter. You can just paint things because you want some painted models on the field. That can be your sole motivation, and that is fucking fine. Learn some basic techniques, learn how to do batch painting, learn how to do a good wash on a dry brush, and man, just go from there. You don't have to paint works of art. Though in a way, every painted mini is a work of art. In a way.
And so I painted on some metallics.
Oof.
Bitches love metallics.
Bitches love metallics. And if there's anything, since I've just been talking about like general painting concepts here, I want to push one thing. I want to push one concept that's important to me.
Sexy streamers and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things. And more.
And more. Hootie Hoo in the house. How are you doing today, my friend? Could we go ahead and get a shout out for we already did? Damn it. Why are my mods better at my job than I am? Meanwhile, I'm just a piece of work. Seriously, though, you guys, I want to say one thing to you. Anybody who's in this chat who might need to hear this, some of you don't need to hear it. Some of you might need to hear it, and I want you to hear it. Be kind to yourself. Just be kind to yourself. I know that it's tempting to rip apart your own work. I know that we're always our own harshest critics. I know that the drive to do better, to improve, to reach that next level can tempt you to fall into the trap of going, God, I suck. I suck. People, when they compliment others' painting, and this is something that I've really pushed against here in this chat, you have a tendency to go, I could never paint like you in a million years, as if that's a compliment. I don't take that as a compliment. Because you can. Like this just takes a little bit of practice. What Hyperphase does, in no way denigrating Hyperphase. Hyperphase is an amazing painter, but I think you would probably agree with me, Hyperphase. It takes practice. That's all it takes. It takes practice and the desire to learn. You can do that well. Be kind to yourself. Love your own work. Love every single model that you make, no matter how derpy it might come out in the end. Frankly, if you paint a model in the beginning of your painting career and it looks like shit, you know what that model is going to be? Is a wonderful thing for you to look back on in a few years and go, wow, look how far I've come. It's a milestone, it's a benchmark. But more than anything, be kind to yourself, because the world is a bastard. The world is just, it's a motherfucker. It's a cruel, hateful, uncaring beast. And it will tear you down every chance that it gets. It will find a way to rip you down. You don't need to help it. You don't need to help it. You don't have to punish yourself. You don't have to feel bad. You can feel good about every single thing that you paint, and you should. Because as I think we said before, the only real failure is not painting. The only real failure is in not trying. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, whatever it is that you want to get better at, the only failure is in putting it off for another day. And I don't even think that's fair. I don't even think that's fair, because that's not failure. Sometimes you just need time. Thank you, Project Dark Fox. I need to drink some water. You're absolutely right. You gotta do it because you want to. I love, by the way, guys, seriously, I cannot emphasize enough. Give Hootie Who Art a follow and check out this guy's stream. One of the chillest streams, some of the best, easygoing, positive thinking from a very talented artist. I go to Hootie Who Art's stream when I just need to kind of feel good about things for a little while. He's a great guy. Failure is an event, never a person. And I think that we ascribe failure to too many events, frankly, that aren't truly failures. Still look back at my first Dark Eldar mini, probably because it was an impaled space marine on its bayonet. Here, let me share. Did I think the last follow I got, was I paying attention? Man of Llama, did I not? I meant to. I might have been ranting at the time. Either way, Man of Llama, thank you. And Cryptic Ninja, thank you so much for that follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Good to have you. Want to share... Where is he? Okay, there he is. Hang on, let me grab him real quick. Like I said, those paint jobs that aren't so good will just become funny little things for you to look back on. I genuinely wish that I had, like, my first model that I ever painted. It's a little hard to nail down for me because I've started and stopped this hobby so many times over the course of my life. Technically, the first model I ever painted, I lost many, many years ago because then there was a huge gap before I got into it seriously. This is the oldest model I have that I painted. And this would have been in the early 2000s I painted this guy. There was another long gap of almost 10 years before I picked up the hobby again. But I painted this when I was still in the army by the dim light of a barracks desk when I was supposed to be sleeping, when I wasn't allowed to be awake, and I had to turn off the light when the drill sergeant was coming by. It was also the first conversion that I did, chopping up a bolter and trying to make like a little storm bolter out of it. And it's like, Like, looking at it now, I'm just like, how did I do this? What was I thinking on some of these choices? But I keep it because it's you know, it's a reminder of good times, and it's, you know what it's a reminder of? It's a reminder of how much fun I had when I was painting it. I loved painting this model. I had a great, great time painting it. And now it's a sign of how far I've come, which arguably is not even really that far. But I like having it. Save these models. Any model that you're painting now, particularly where we got Cryptic Ninja who just got into miniature painting, whatever model you're painting right now that maybe you're not the happiest with, or... I mean, frankly, you should be happy with every model that you paint, but if you've got some models you're painting now, you're first, save them. No matter what you do, if you intend to continue in this hobby, save it. Because you will love looking back on it in possibly just a few months' time. Once you've started to really grow. So you just got into the hobby, huh, Cryptic Ninja? Have you got any pictures of work that you would like to share? Because as a new painter, I would love to see what you're working on. We have a bit on this stream called The Storm Report that is going to be coming up at the end of the stream, where we take some time and we go over to Discord and we look at the work that y'all have decided to share with us. Really anything artistic. I think that particularly if you want to grow in this hobby, sharing helps. Sharing is an important part of the process. Sharing with other people, with other artists, getting feedback, or even just getting, you know, someone to tell you, hey man, you did a better job than you thought you did. It's been a huge part of my journey, of my growth, and it can be for you too. If you feel like sharing with us, and I would love it if anyone felt like sharing with us, any model that you've painted, if you want feedback, if you don't want feedback, if you just want to share, if you want to show off your favorite thing that you've done recently, go on over to the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Pop into the Storm Report rules channel, give the rules a quick read. They're not terribly dense. They just give you an idea of what you can and can't post, only because we are on the internet. And can somebody play Rule 1 for me? We got a rule. It's an important one.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the
Don't
love
do
of God. This is the most important thing. We are on the internet. I do have to clarify that. Please do not post your junk in the Storm Report, but please do go ahead and post what you've been working on most recently. Your artistic endeavors. I would love to see them. Getting another medium under my belt because my main hobby is epoxy and resin. Interesting. What do you do, Cryptic Ninja? Cosplay by any chance? I'm trying to think. Epoxy. Doing a lot of epoxy work. Cosplay might be something that you were into. Alright, I think I'm ready to go up to another layer here. I like how cracked and shitty his lips are. Alright, so from Dwarf Flesh, I'm going to move in the direction of Warrior Flesh, which is really just kind of a ruddy, lighter skin tone. A little bit of yellow in it, which is good. Just mix these together. I'd love to see them, Cryptic Ninja. I'm hoping to add some more stuff to that list, White Wolf. I can't believe that for all the cosplaying I've done, that helmet is like one of the only things that I kept. I mean, I guess I can believe it. I did do it. Speaking of shitty lips, does anyone... Well, what kind of science fact are you gonna give us, Cat? Oh, God. So while researching miniature painting, do I need a spray gun? I do have my bow, Data Nerd. That one's a little tricky to show off on stream. Keep that one hung up on the wall. Do you need a spray gun? Do you need one? No. Are airbrushes helpful for miniature painting? Yes. You do not need one, though. I would never use the word need. They're a very helpful tool. I think I'm going to go a little bit higher than that, actually. I might just go straight to Warrior Flesh without the mix. Nice and thin. Yeah, they definitely take some practice. So, Cryptic Ninja, go into the Storm Report rules channel, give those rules a quick little read, and there will be a reaction that you can give. Once you give that reaction, the Storm Report channel will be open to you, and you can go in there and you can post up to 2 pictures of what you're working on. Once you do the react as it says in the message, the bot will give you the tag that you need in order to post in the primary channel. I just do that as a little stopgap to make sure that everybody has at least looked at the rules, so that should problems arise, I can always claim to whomsoever, like, hey, I told them not to do the thing they did. I mostly just do that because I show these pictures on Twitch, and I every time I do, I feel like the day is coming when I get a Twitch TOS violation because somebody posted something stupid. Yeah, if you're like real fresh to miniature painting, do not worry about airbrushes. Stick with the hobby for at least a few months. Learn how to paint mostly by hand. I would say while rattle can primers, while like spray can primers are definitely the go-to option for most people, don't be afraid to brush on primer either. There's some excellent brush on primers out there. I would recommend if you're new to the hobby and you want to do brush on primers, Stynal Res. This brand of primer is fucking fantastic. It's really good, and it can be easily brushed onto your minis. So you never have to use a rattle can or an airbrush for that step. Yeah, keep your Richard in your pants. How you doing today, Thunderdome Drew? Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for hanging out, man. Drew, you're a good dude. You're a damn good dude. I like having you in chat. How's that dropship treating you, buddy? Yeah, no, that's the absolute truth. Crossbow roof. Stynal Res primer is good if you have an airbrush. It's good if you're just brushing it on. It's one of the best primers I've ever used, and I cannot really recommend it enough. I mean, I could probably recommend it enough. If I tried to, I think I probably could. Oops. Let's not get too aggressive. I want an airbrush. Chaotic Harmony, dude, I think you have the best strategy. The best strategy for getting one. I like to set myself rules like that for when I can afford things, and I think you've got a good one, Chaotic Harmony. If you get enough commissions to pay for one, that's perfect justification to get one. At that point, your painting has paid for your paint tools. That's fucking fantastic, and I don't think it'll be long, man, because you can get into airbrushing for like 100, 150 bucks. No problemo. Been a productive day, got the hair cut, war grip made up, and the drop ship is on the first layer of sandable primer on it. Woo! I'm excited to see that. Cryptic Ninja, I'm so glad to hear that. We're going to be going to the Storm Report in just about a half an hour. I'm looking forward to seeing your work, man. Man of Llama just got an airbrush and Stynel Res primer. I think the primer for it? Wait, do I think the primer, or do I thin the primer for it, or just turn up the PSI? The correct answer is to thin it a little bit. I confess I often just crank up the PSI. That's not really the right answer. A little bit of airbrush thinner will go a long way towards keeping your PSI low, though. I confess I'm kind of lazy, and sometimes I'll just be like, let me just crank that PSI up to 30, and then it's just... There's no... Yeah, see, that's what I was about to say, Hyperphase Studios. And this is something that I always try to reinforce. There aren't really any right answers. Like, there are certainly some wrong answers out there, but there is a broad spectrum of technique. And you're not gonna hurt anything if you just crank up your PSI a little bit when you're spraying primer. I would just say, clean the airbrush out immediately after you do that. That is one thing, if you're using an airbrush that you just have to get used to, and I think Hyperphase would probably say the same thing, just clean it. Just clean it, clean it, clean it. You use the airbrush, that's awesome, go clean it. Use it just a little bit, that's awesome, go clean it. Anytime you use your airbrush, go fucking clean it. You will be happier at the end of the day. It's a good habit to get into. It gets easier every time you do it. You want it to be automatic. It is a precision tool, after all. Hyperphase, exactly. That's what I tell people. If you like a technique, that's great. Try everything. As a painter, you have a sort of a toolbox that you're drawing techniques from at any given time. And you should try to put as many techniques in that box as you possibly can. You want to have all the tools available, so try everything. But some techniques, like there are painters out there who'll swear by techniques. They'll say, this is the easiest way to do this thing, bing, bang, boom, and they do it, and it's great, and they love it. You might not like that same technique, and that doesn't make you wrong, and it doesn't make them right. It just means you're a different painter. There are as many ways to paint models as there are people painting them. So try everything, take what works, leave what doesn't. But just keep adding tools to the box. That is how I think of my painting techniques, are as tools in a toolbox. There was a weird, like, anti-airbrush movement a couple of years back. You probably remember that if you have been on like painting social media Hyperphase. There for a while there was this attitude among online painting groups like, oh, airbrushing is cheating. Airbrushing is cheating, and it was weird. Like, why is using a tool that's good at a job cheating? Are we competing with one another? Yeah, that's the thing. Airbrushing just knocks out so much of the busy work. But at the same time, that busy work is something that I wouldn't recommend newbie painters knock out, just because you're kind of handicapping yourself if you don't know how to do it, you know? I always recommend you learn the hard way to do something first, and that way, by the time you get to the easy way, you know why you like it so much. Well, Siestinator Rio, any group composed of human beings is going to have those people, my friend. Just particularly you being new to this, Cryptic Ninja, just be aware that just because somebody paints a model and they do something that you really like and you're like, wow, that's an amazing model, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to give you the best advice. Be aware that there are fads in miniature painting. Be aware that some of the popular knowledge is not necessarily right. Keep an open mind, and like Hyperphase was saying, just try everything. You'll figure out the techniques that work for you, because you'll do them and you'll be like, whoa, that was cool, and you'll want to do them again. If you find a technique like that, keep doing it. Keep doing it. And don't listen to anybody who tries to convince you that some techniques are worse than others, because some of the best painters out there use techniques you wouldn't fucking believe. Like I was saying earlier, the really good painters, the real artists out there, you know what techniques they use for painting their models? Fucking anything they want. Half of them they make up as they go. It's like learning to drive a stick and then getting an automatic. Yeah, that's apt, man, Rofasol. Cryptic Ninja, if you go ahead and ask in the Thunderhead Studio Discord, we have a section in there for advice. There are a number of people I'm sure would be more than happy to give you some suggestions based on what you're painting and what you're trying to do. But absolutely, man, I'm more than happy to help you find that next step on your journey. Yep, exactly, Thunderdome Drew. Just keep trying it. I like the method that works. Yeah, there you go. I like the method that works. And I'll tell you, there are worse places you could be getting painting advice than Thunderdome Drew. This man is a dynamo. Brass knuckles optional, or so I hear. It's like Painted Ogre. He likes synthetic brushes. Some people like doing sponging, some people like doing stippling. Me, I swear by my sable brushes, but that's just because they make the style that I do a little bit easier. It's just what I'm more comfortable with. There can be things about your painting that yield no actual material benefit besides they make you feel better. And that's enough of a reason to do it, because if you're comfortable, you're going to do better work. Alright, time to step up my flesh a little bit here. Still got some time. I want to go ahead and finish this face tonight. You know, the Reaper starter kit's worth it. So, yes. I can just answer that. That's the easiest answer that I can possibly give today. Yes. The Reaper paints are fairly fantastic. I bought, in fact, populating my paint rack in front of me are the contents of several of the Reaper Master Series kits. They're great paints. There are worse paints, there are better paints, but you'll find very few people who say that Reaper doesn't make good paint. You know what's funny is I used to buy, and I still do, I'll buy individual colors that I want. Having painted steady for a couple of years now, I'm much more comfortable buying paint sets. I don't worry as much about having the individual precise colors so much as having a spread. A lot of people don't like mixing their paints. I think it's a useful skill and one that you should work on. They have core sets and starter sets, Cryptic Ninja. You just want to make sure you got something that has all of your primary colors in it. You want, you know, a good yellow, a good blue, a good red, and then some between them. Also, seriously, grab yourself a color wheel. Pick up one of these. It might not seem all that useful at first, and my camera's kind of darkening because it's got so much white on it there. This might be a little confusing at first, but start using it, and it will become one of your best friends very quickly. Yeah, that's another technique, Chrysalis. Some people just get like 5 colors, and you'll see there are some really, really cool. I like the paint jobs people do where they're like, well, the idea here was to use 3 colors and then white and black, and they just mix their own colors. You can do amazing things with very, very few colors. Here's a quick and dirty dry brush, small bullet-shaped makeup brushes, glazing, sable cheap or otherwise, basically anything else, golden tackle on synthetic. For dry brushing, I strongly recommend makeup brushes. ELF contouring brushes, they're my go-to. I was pulling out another paint and I forgot what I was doing. Wapple is a fucking madman. Wapple, I have immense respect and admiration for Wapple as a painter. He does things with paints that just, they blow my mind. Absolutely blow my mind. I aspire to one day have 1/3 of his raw talent. Yeah, a color sorcerer. And he's so humble about it. And if anybody is the Bob Ross of miniature painting, I think Wapple is that man, because he'll be like, yeah, just go ahead and just throw this on, hero. Let's go ahead and freehand some filigree on this cloak, you know? Just go ahead and just make simple shapes, you know, start with a circle, and maybe carry the circle down in here, and then just do a little loop real quick, and just do that again, you know, no big deal. You're just making little simple shapes, and then like a half an hour goes by, and it's this incredible tapestry that he's created. He does a good job of breaking down how each step to a well-painted miniature is actually very, very simple. It's very simple. It only seems complex when you try to look at every step as part of a whole. He's also really, really brought oil painting to the fore for miniature painters recently. Not that people didn't do miniature painting with oils before him, they absolutely did, but it was regarded as, like, kind of unnecessary or not really practical. And he is just kind of one day at a time proving otherwise to a whole lot of people. He got me to try oils, and I mean, full disclosure, I'm not a huge fan of using oils myself, mostly because of the cleanup involved, and I'm sure I could make that easier on myself, but personally, I want to get better with acrylics before I launch full bore into doing oils seriously. They're very, very interesting. They're great for blending. I think they're probably most powerful used in conjunction with acrylics, and that's something Wapple definitely does as well. I'm trying to personally take it one step at a time and not get too far ahead of myself. I'm a very methodical learner, and I like to do lots of steps on the path so that I feel very confident by the time I get to the end. Yeah, not for army painters, though. Display pieces and one-offs. Yeah. Acrylics, you know, oils versus acrylics. Acrylics do almost everything you need them to do. And I definitely love the fact that I can paint something in acrylics and have it ready to put on the table within an hour. You have to be a bit of a planner to really pull off miniature painting with oils, or just not need to use whatever it is for a good long time. And I'm not patient enough. There may come a time when I decide to delve back into oils to try something really fresh and new to really push my work to the next level. It's just not now. Nothing wrong with them. Yeah. For pin washing and for gradient blends. For large, I think that oils are really good for large scale stuff too. When you need to do big, broad blends. And yeah, definitely for pin washing or for weathering, like if that's the technique you're using them for, then yeah, they're well applied in those cases. Everything, see, that's just it. That's exactly what we've been talking about, though. There's no one technique. There's no one technique. There are all of the techniques, and they're all good at what they're good at, and the trick is learning that. The trick is learning which one works for you, which one does the job that you want to do the best, the easiest, the fastest, depending on what you're trying to accomplish. Maybe you don't always want it to be the easiest or the fastest. But then you also want to have tools in your box for when it's like, hey man, we're gonna play a game fucking tomorrow. We're playing Kill Team. Could you throw together one real quick? And you could have enough experience washing and dry brushing and doing some quick edge highlights that you're like, fuck yeah, man, I'm gonna throw together some Eldar by tomorrow. You can go out and get it done. Oh no, that's terrible, Roland. Oh, what will we do? Oh god. I've been kind of low energy myself tonight, Roland. Don't feel bad, man. Ooh, that was almost bad. Not like real bad, but a little bad. Well, no, that's not... I wasn't trying to drive you, Roland. I wasn't trying to drive you to absolute madness. That was not my intent. You with your damn Jello. Chaotic Harmony had a real winner last time. It was so nauseating that I didn't even pause on it. We just moved the report right past it. I saw it. I know what it was. I didn't want to look closely at it. I hope that you found that helpful, Cryptic Ninja. I always try to be helpful when people ask questions, though. I confess that while I'm painting, I'm not always the giver of the best advice. That is something to be aware of also if you're new to Twitch, something that I didn't consider at first. I had a tendency to go into people's... And this, before I say anything else, this is not me saying, hey, don't do that. That's not it at all. I'm just saying the realities of Twitch streaming. particularly as far as when I was trying to learn, like, hey, what should I do as a streamer? What are some tips? What are the most important things I should learn? While people are streaming, they tend to just give you the first advice that comes to mind without really thinking that much about it because we get asked a lot. And it's not necessarily going to be the most in-depth advice, and all I mean by saying that is definitely go to the Discord and ask some questions there. You'll probably get some more considered advice than what I'm able to give you while I'm, you know, streaming and painting and doing everything else all at the same time. Because my brain's on a lot of different stuffs. Of all the skills I did not expect to pick up this year, streaming. It's a weird one. Put your 2 best pieces in Discord. I'm looking forward to seeing it, Cryptic Ninja. If I had to pick out one thing that I've said tonight that is the most important advice that I can give. One thing that I want more than anything else for you to take away from this. And I don't know if you were here for this part. I can't remember what I'm doing at any given time. I don't even know where I am right now. Is be kind to yourself. Be kind to yourself. The world will tear you down enough. You don't need to help it. Enjoy what you do. And respect others. Yeah, no, that's just good life advice, though. Though it bodes well that that's what you think of, Cryptic Ninja. It bodes very well indeed. But respect yourself, too. That can be one of the hardest things to do. We feel like because we are us, we can tear ourselves down. But it's not healthy. You talk bad about yourself enough, even if it's just kind of jocular, you know, because I know a lot of people do that. They'll just be kind of joking, having a good time, and you're like, oh yeah, I suck, it's the self-deprecating humor. Like, I get it, I do the same thing. But you have to be careful. Because over time, the more you do that, you might start to believe yourself. That way lies madness.
When watching Thunderhead stream,
oh shit,
you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha.
Yeah, we need a
because he
focus
likes
command,
to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I need to get Chaotic to record something for when my camera just goes like, yeah, we're out of focus now. Or Cat could. We could always do with some more Cat around here. I do like how big and pronounced his facial features are. They make me feel like a more competent painter. I also figure since so much of MODOK is his big goofy face, it's worth spending time on it. course, I just fucked that up, so I gotta kind of clean it up a bit. Come back to the bags under his eyes in a minute. Drinking the last of those cider mimosas and thought you should know. Dude, those were fucking amazing. I could pay Hootie to say the thing. Ooh, should we do that? Should we go for kind of an eclectic mix? All my voice clips could be from different streamers. Hootie does have a wonderful voice. Of course, then you play Among Us with Hootie, and he gets weird. Oh my god. I find myself thinking, what a nice guy. What just an all-around friendly dude. And then he gets to be the imposter, and it's just like, oh my god. Is he talking about drinking my blood out of my skull? And you rewind, and you're like, yep, nope, that's exactly what he said. That was all it took, Hootie. That was all it took. This isn't a self-portrait. That's why I keep looking up at the camera. I'm like, how many wrinkles have I... Do I have that? Yeah, are my teeth yellow enough? Yeah. It's okay, Hootie. It's okay. You keep going. I will never remind people of that time when you basically crapped yourself playing Alien Isolation. We never have to talk about that. We should. We should. It has been a little while since we've done an Among Us stream, and that was a good time. We should get another one going here pretty soon. No, Chaotic. I can comfortably answer no to that question. Oh, so what you're saying is MODOK has a nice, healthy smile, Project Dark Fox. You know what's a tough one? Is being told by the dentist as a kid that your enamel's just a little bit yellow. You just have slightly yellow teeth. It's perfectly natural. And everyone is gonna make fun of you for it your entire life. Because they're bastards. You know, Cryptic Ninja, you could change that. No, I don't want to start encouraging you to stream on Twitch. It's I mean, like, if you're interested in it, that's one thing. But picking up new hobbies, the last thing, well, you know what, that's not even true. If you're interested in it, let me know. Though keep searching, because, yeah, I mean, makers... Here's the thing, artists on Twitch, that's really blown up this year. It was not much of a thing previously, and now it's like a big old thing. There are definitely some prop makers on Twitch, though. Americans are the worst when it comes to literally anything that we can be marketed at over. Absolutely the worst. Yeah, Chaotic Harmony with his fucking... Okay. Yeah, Chaotic Harmony is a brutal inquisitor when it comes to playing Among Us. He just very logically goes down the list of potential imposters and executes them one at a time. And yeah. Also, if you watch his stream when he's playing Twitch, he is, oh my god, he is one of the worst when it comes to like, oh, I'm the imposter, so I'll go ahead and sabotage something and then go over and be seen fixing it. So no one will expect me, will suspect me. And you know what? It works. He's alarmingly good at lying. In the process of getting set up for Twitch, well, excellent, you've already decided to give it a try, Cryptic Ninja. That stat kill was the worst. I can't believe you guys pulled that off, or that it worked as well as it did. I really can't. Cryptic Ninja, if you have any questions about getting started on Twitch, our Discord is also a great place to find out about that. I'd be more than happy to give you any advice you need. You know, any that I can, anyway. Twitch is, in fact, a wild place, Painted Ogre. Have you met the Brits? Ooh. I would say, I'm not sure what kind of cameras you're looking at, Cryptic Ninja. Starting with your phone is a perfectly valid option, though, as one of your cameras. Most smartphones have really, really good cameras in them these days. And there are a lot of streamers who just start off using their phones who have perfectly functional streams. So consider that. As far as purchased cameras go, particularly for doing art, consider the Logitech C920. It's a very, very... It's on the upper end of the... It's on the upper end of the lower end of cameras, if that makes any sense. Hey, Cutthroat Cure, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, you tried to raid? That's okay, Cutthroat Cure. I appreciate the thought, man. You have two C920s already. Figuring out, like, placement of the second camera. Okay, so it's more of a stream setup thing. I gotcha. I will tell you, don't overthink it. Pick something that you think might work and try it. Just try it. If you go back and look at... Well, you can't go back and look at my first stream. I don't even think I have it on YouTube. Oh, it was awful. It was awful. There's one thing you can definitely learn about streaming, though. You're going to change something almost every single stream. I still do. You're always going to be coming up with ideas for how it could be done better, how it could be done differently, and you just keep growing. So don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Just keep trying. He really is an ugly motherfucker, isn't he? I'm just like looking at MODOK's face in the camera and thinking, damn, we've come a long way since the red base coat on this guy. The fact that I managed to just barely get you selected in time to kill you in that... that was embarrassing is what that was. I refuse to admit that you did that on purpose. That was dumb luck. Thank you for taking care of that, Dark Fox. We'll be getting started with the Storm Report here shortly. Yeah, no, don't be afraid to use your phone, honestly. A lot of people use phones for streaming on Twitch, and it actually works really, really well. Yeah, we, every now and then on this stream, we have mild audio problems. Very mild, always mild. Never serious ones, certainly not. I just want to do a couple more highlights on this guy, and then we'll move over to the Storm Report and see what y'all have been posting. No, maybe not that. Maybe not that. Every single time this song comes on, no matter how many times I've heard it, no matter how certain I am that this is a song by Scandroid, every single time there in the beginning when it's doing a little dee dee doo doo dee doo doo, I just start thinking fucking modern day warrior. Like I go right into Tom Sawyer. I can't help it.
Today's Tom Sawyer mean ride.
Yeah, Hethrier is not wrong. I love the kit. Like, I get more kit than is strictly necessary for what I do, and I'll be the first to admit that. I love the kit. Any excuse I can have to become a little bit more of a gearhead. Ooh, Amateur Paint Hour, thank you for the reminder. Need a dumpster fire that says 20. I'm pretty sure you can find that on Thingiverse, to be fair, Hethrier. I hadn't seen that crossbow roof. Their last one was it the light, or have they done one since then? I actually really like the light. A few people on Twitch I know that do resin, they only make dice. Well, I'll tell you one thing that is great for growth on Twitch, and that's having a niche. Doing something that nobody else is doing is a fantastic way to see early growth. I want to give you some advice, though. I want to give you some advice that was given to me early on, and I nearly didn't follow it, but at this point in my Twitch career, if you can call it that, I'm really appreciating it. It was given to me by a Twitch painter and an artist named well, he's not named, obviously. He goes by Studio J7 as his handle. Don't let it take over your life. It seems really obvious, and you're thinking to yourself, well, of course not, how would it? It can, though. It really, really can. You can... It's surprisingly easy to lose sight of why you started streaming in the first place and let it become the point. Don't do it. It is a mistake. Streaming is an interesting hobby in and of itself, and it is its own hobby. Streaming is its own hobby, and streaming is its own set of skills that you will develop as you do it. On top of what you're already doing, on top of what it is that you're trying to bring to people and show them. Oh, I forgot to do his upper eyelid. I'm going to have to come back and do those. Alright, let me do his lip real quick, and then we're going to go over to the Storm Report. I will recommend some YouTube videos to you, Cryptic Ninja, on the subject of streaming. There is a streamer named Harris Heller. He does a series of videos on YouTube for the channel Alpha Gaming. Look him up. Give him a watch. Not all of them will pertain to what you're doing. He does gear them primarily towards like variety and gaming streamers. He gives amazing advice, though. He gives very real advice. He debunks some of the common advice that you'll get from people starting off on Twitch that isn't really the best advice, honestly. He has been immensely helpful to me, both from a technical standpoint and from a mental standpoint. I strongly, strongly recommend you check him out. Again, his name is Harris Heller, and he does videos for Alpha Gaming on YouTube. Alright. Oh, I want to call it for tonight. We mostly just did our base coats and then did work on MODOK's face. Though I have to say, I'm pretty pleased with where we've landed on the face work for tonight. I did miss his upper eyelids. I realized that as we got to the end there. I'm going to have to go back in and do those again. And I'd like to do another, probably a wash and then a quick round of highlights on the teeth and the eyes. But I think the face has actually come together pretty well. It's certainly one of the ugliest faces I've ever done. So angry. So angry. Yeah, he has the kind of face only a mother would love. You got a face like a slapped ass. I think he's really going to start to pop once I come in and I get these purple highlights done, because this is going to be purple with like a magenta here. He's going to have a little shock of green right here below his face. This little A-shaped piece is like a little screen. And that's going to be dark green with like a real bright green, sort of a heart monitor line going across it. And then, yeah, highlights on his arms and legs are really going to help the yellow pop. I'm going to come through here, do edge highlights on the yellow, and then probably wash it a little bit darker to give it some depth. And then we didn't really touch the back at all. Hey, Ghost for the win! Yo, yo, how you doing today, man? We are just having a final look. A very, very final look at the work that we've done today on MODOK. Mostly just working on his face. I'd say that these are, recently, on MCP figures, two of, like, some of the best faces that I've done recently. And I mean, when I hold them next to each other, you really get a sense of it. Of how insanely oversized MODOK's face is. Just holy shit. It is physically larger than Captain Marvel's entire body multiplied several times over. What a ridiculous figure. I'm happy with Captain Marvel's face, though. I'm not usually happy with faces or eyes, but I really kind of like how hers came out. Yeah. Yeah. Me next to my fiancé circa 2020. Well, that's not nice to say, and you certainly don't look like Captain Marvel, Chaotic. Wait a second. Oh, strike that. Reverse it. Just please don't ever share that joke with her. I feel like then when the day comes that I meet Chaotic Fiancé, she's just gonna punch me right in my goddamn face. It's gonna be terrible. Hey, Edifo04. Hey, how you doing today? Shit. Why is she always listening when these streams are going on? Well, let's just move on. Maybe she'll forget. Or maybe if I don't move, it'll be like a T-Rex thing, you know? They can't see if you don't move, right? Let's go ahead and, Kat, what are we doing again? Remind me.
Alright, locusts and gentlemex, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
And let's have a look at what y'all have been posting. I agree, Ghost. Now, I'm a big fan of Fat Tire, and I get to pretend that I'm drinking like a local craft beer on top of everything else because it's technically local to me. They never forget. They're like elephants that way. I gotta stop. I will have earned the punch in the throat that I'm eventually going to get. If nothing else, I will say, Chaotic Fiancé, I do know one thing about you, despite us not knowing each other at all or very well. You are an absolute saint for putting up with chaotic harmony and for saving the world at large from his romantic interest. Thank you so much for that. Look, I'm trying to dig up Okay? I'm digging up now. For the love of God. I'm in Colorado, Edifo. Oh God. Okay, let's move on before I make this any worse than it already is, shall we? Anyway, up first we have from Sumatha, Operation. Oh, actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. Stream. Give me 1 second. No more than 45 seconds. I need to do one thing that we can get going. Okie dokie. I added a few seconds so I could get a beer. Give me a break. God, so demanding. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually, like, you're gonna get tired of the fat tire on the stream here pretty fast, Ghost. I'm pretty boring on this one. I know that there are some streamers out there who like to be like, what is he drinking today? Oh, it's some new and unique thing. I'm pretty much like, I'm always drinking fat tire. I'm boring. That wasn't the only thing. I'm not, two-dimensional. There are more dimensions to me. There are layers, like an onion, okay? One of those layers happens to be composed primarily of beer, you know? Yeah, you were saying you were in Colorado last week. It's a beautiful state. It's a beautiful state, particularly now that you can actually see the mountains again. With the fires really, when the fires really kicked up bad for a while, you couldn't see them. A beer covered onion. Ooh, it sounds good. A beer battered onion all fried up. It's always around the time we get to the storm report that people start, showing me food and suggesting good meals, and I realize just how hungry I really am. Westminster, Colorado here. Post-COVID world, we should throw down some Crisis Protocol. Dude, I would totally be down for that. Like, I'm just getting into Crisis Protocol. And, hopefully in-person gaming is going to become viable again in a period of months rather than years. I'd totally be down for that. I would love that. Yeah, Westminster would be very manageable, too. All right. Data Nerd, I am never going to turn down an interesting beer. Not one damn time. Well, I guess that depends on the beer. There are some porters I would turn down. There are some porters and there are some IPAs that I would pass on, but they're few and far between. Oh, thanks, Roland. Thank you so much for that. The fat tire is why I've got the spare tire, buddy. I just prefer not to have to chew my beer so much, Hethrier, so sue me. Colorado is the Disneyland of beer. Yeah, I could buy that. Alright, let's see what we got here in the Storm Report, folks. Operation Lancaster preview. Son of a bitch. Kjolmer? Sumitha, help me out, buddy. Kjolmer? Anyway, it's heavy battle armor, okay? Maybe it's an S. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like Sumahara Chuka, or I don't fucking know. This is terrible. Oh, okay. Let's just keep going. Heavy battle armor deploying from a Streaker Recon Buggy APC variant. Oh, it says right there. Oh god, Kjalvor. Of course it is. God, it's like Welsh or something. Their language is the worst. Kjolvor. Okay, anyway. Scottish. Related. Those islander languages are confusing and upsetting, particularly when it comes to spelling. The first time that I drove into Kilkenny and someone was like, it's not said that way. I'm like, no, fuck you. It says Kilkenny on the sign. That's what I'm going to call it. Traditional Scottish Gaelic for musical, so nicknamed for their curious vocal operations software that can be configured to not only follow voice commands, but even operate based purely on musical tones hummed by the operator, or combinations of the two. We experienced this last week in Dead Space 3, as I recall, Cat. So you can operate the armor by going like, whoa, and it'll, you know, kill a guy, or whatever it is that you programmed it to do at that point. As was discovered by someone who began singing while working on one, and it began doing multiple operations simultaneously. Originally designated Hunter battle armor by the clanners who designed them. Ew, clanners! The Dreadnought Battle Corps salvaged roughly 100 of those suits, and have made sure to take full advantage of them both in terms of military deployment during Lancaster, as well as using the technology itself for Dreadnought Interstellar Industries to spawn light and medium battle armor based on it, and Plog knocking it out of the park. Oh my god. If this isn't somewhat Isaac Clarke inspired, I don't know what is. There it is. What, Cat? I was trying to express something to you, Cat. I was using the language of the native Tau Volantians. Didn't you, like, I thought we learned all about this last week. I thought you spoke it. Yeah, Matt Plog's art style is fucking incredible. It takes, like, all the best parts of the kind of chunky art of the 80s and early 90s and mixes in a lot of the newer tendency towards hyper shading. I think the two go together just so damn well. You can't do it through chat. Cat, the emotion that Cat is trying to express is sort of a... Am I right? I think I am. Good compliment of the older one. Yeah, he has a... It's a classic, but still very modern art style. He definitely does his best work when he is doing mechanical pieces. His human faces can sometimes be a little upsetting. A little bit. First created the head design in 2004, 4 years before Dead Space was a thing. Well, that's just pure irony. That's wonderful. Great minds think alike and all that, Sumitha. It's a cool design. I've always loved the sort of 3 eye slits. I'm not sure that they do anybody any good. I assume that there's cameras or different sensor suites in there. You're not really... Maybe you're looking at one of them and the other 2 are sensor suites. I don't know. I will say one thing as far as general complaints about the setting of Battletech and battle armor goes, is that it's like... It's just written, it's baked into the storyline that, like, all the battle armor that the Inner Sphere developed before the clan invasion is just kind of shitty. Like, there aren't many battle armors, and none of them are really any good, and it's not until the clan invasion happens and the elementals become a thing that people realize, oh, battle armor doesn't have to suck. And I wish that wasn't the case, because I like playing before the clan invasion, but before the clan invasion there's almost no reason to use almost any battle armor. There's the Inner Sphere standard battle armor, and it's like, okay, for some jobs I guess, but you don't really want to use it all that much. Oh yeah, I was doing the face every time, Kat. You have to do the face for the different syllables, otherwise you're not speaking. It's an audio-visual thing. It's a complete language. You know, like how body language is a part of the English language, that's my alien body language. It does, Roland. There was Inner Sphere standard battle armor prior to the invasion. It was just garbage. There were several of them, actually. There was at least one that was used by the Star League as well, but it was not very good. I believe that you are mistaken, Roland. And if I am wrong, I will... What will I do? I will admit that I'm wrong. That's what I'll do. There were exoskeleton... Bullshit! They were still... Okay. If we're getting into a semantic argument about what constitutes a battle armor or not... Okay, the standard isn't pre-clan. I will admit that that is true. The battle armor as far as putting the actual plates on it. Yeah. Thank you, Caddick. Power armor. Power armor, not battle armor. The point is, what existed sucked ass to the point that it's not worth using under any circumstances in any game unless you're doing something super damn fluffy. And by the time you get to 3025, even the ones that existed are essentially lost tech. So there's no... I don't like it. I wish that there were just some battle armors that were reasonable and decent up till 3025. And then, yeah, the elemental can be better. But, yeah. You know, while we're wishing for things, I wish I had wings. So here we have from Chaotic Harmony, moving on with the Storm Report. Oh, you won the second battle against your fiancée. Congratulations. She took my archer and I took her warhammer, then she took my rifleman while I did some severe damage to her Zeus. Then my Irby decided to be a god. They said I could be anything. So I became a god of the AC-10. And survived 4 turns of her trying to shoot it. It came down to my longbow versus her Wolverine. I managed to land the killing blow, but she left me with a longbow that had an engine crit and a weapon crit and only 3 points of structure left. So you won. If I'm not mistaken, Chaotic Harmony, you won that particular battle. I take it you weren't playing forced withdrawal rules. It was just garbage compared to clans, heavy infantry. Yeah, it's exactly my point, Amateur Paint Hour. Like, it exists, it's just like, why would you ever do anything with it? Smacked her right in the longbow. Alpha Strike rules, though. I like Alpha Strike with hexes. I don't mind a lot of things about Alpha Strike. Since I had some people in this chat kindly explain some of the maths to me that I confess I did not grasp, I've sort of come around... and I'm less harsh about my insistence that Alpha Strike weapon values are complete garbage. They do make sense. I don't like them all the time, but they do make a certain sort of sense. They're greatly simplified. Yeah, hence the simple 3 structure. Well, yeah, if you were playing classic Battletech and you had 3 structure left, you're basically dead at that point. I like seeing this board that you made get some use, though, Chaotic. I like how you've kind of used your little sunk-in water feature here as a dice tray. That's a good idea. I dig that. I missed an alert! Ed Foe came through with the follow. Thank you so much for that, man. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let's see what we got up next. Chaotic Harmony, thank you so much for sharing that home game with us. It is just inspiring as shit. To see spouses who are accommodating of our gaming urges. I'm glad that you, the expert Battletech player, defeated your fiancé, the non-Battletech player. I hope that you're very, very proud of the brutal dice-based beating that you gave her. That's, you know, it swells my heart. That and all the red meat. Oh, shit, Hamburg. Sweet potato crescent bites. Ooh. Oh, I'll bet that's good. Oh, I'll bet that's real good. I'm getting the wife to make me a sweet potato pie. All for myself for Thanksgiving. All for me. I'm gonna eat the whole damn thing. I'm gonna eat it with a spoon. It's gonna be disgusting. In just the best way. That looks really good. I particularly like the pecan on top with what looks like a little bit of glaze over top of that. Those look fucking delicious, Hamburg Tack. Thank you for sharing those with us. I'm gonna show my wife pictures of these later and be like, make this, do this. She gloated when she won the first match, so you can let her gloat over winning one match. But yeah, wear the like, get the white tank top and then make it a little ratty, put some yellow stains on the bottom and like a tear or two for the next game. I think she'll really appreciate that, Chaotic. Basically a bite-sized version of a sweet potato pie. I love sweet potato pie. I have almost completely abandoned the pumpkin pie in favor of sweet potato pie in recent years. Why am I not seeing that picture in your Discord? I don't know, Roland. Why aren't you seeing it? Oh, I should read this. Here we have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster preview, back to the absolutely massive and brilliant cover art piece done by Alan Blackwell for the project. In this case, a bit of an interesting little detail that I just honestly love the hell out of. It's something that a lot of people might not really pay attention to, which is why I'm taking this opportunity to call some attention to it. An impact against a hardened wall surrounded the spaceport on Ashcombe 4, a spaceport that had just been seized by the Dreadnought Battle Corps. In this case, the explosion sending shockwaves / ripples through a massive Battle Corps banner tossed up to intentionally antagonize the opponent, pushing them just that tiny bit more into attacking. I just love the effect that Alan created here. Might not be all that interesting to others, but whatever. It's this picture for Operation Lancaster that we've had the opportunity to examine a few pieces of now. It reminds me of like a Where's Waldo, you know? Like, the overall image is impressive, but it's when you start getting down to when you start searching for Waldo, that you find all the silly little situations, the fun little details, the visual puns, the jokes, though in this case, it's more of just an overall... I mean, it's a battle scene, and it's a love of the details, and I see exactly what you mean here. I didn't notice this before. But I like seeing it here. Something has impacted the wall. We've got the explosion. We've got a crack that's going through it. And yeah, we have the light reflecting off the edge of the Battle Corps banner, and the banner itself being sort of buffeted in the opposite direction by the concussive expansion. That's really fucking cool, Sumitha, and I appreciate you bringing our attention to it. It's a wonderful piece of art that I think a lot of people are really going to enjoy once they get their hands on the overall TRO. It reminds me of I'm not going to linger on this. It reminds me of one of my favorite details in Pacific Rim, which you guys know is one of my absolute favorite movies. Next time you're watching it, pay attention during the scene when Gypsy Danger is walking down the street in Hong Kong. It's fairly subtle, but there. Gypsy is walking down the street and her feet are rumbling everything, so everything's moving a little bit. It's a little easy to miss, but the air displacement, the air being displaced by Gypsy moving down the sort of narrow canyon of the city street, causes the glass windows on the buildings on either side to sort of bow in and then wobble back out when she's passing. It's just real subtle. It's not the shaking of it's not just the shaking of her feet. It is a physical deformation from the air displacement. It's very, very subtle, but it is precisely details like that that make Guillermo del Toro just one of my favorite writers-directors. Just one of my favorite, because he loves things like that. He knows how much these unconscious things. It's like a well-painted miniature. When light and volume is wrong on it, it's hard to put your finger on what about it that's wrong, because it's your brain that is used to seeing physical reality, that is used to translating these complex interconnections, interchanges, interactions. That's the word I'm looking for. These complex interactions of light and color. It's used to translating those into a picture. It's used to translating that into something meaningful for you to move around. And when it sees something that isn't right, the light's coming from the wrong direction, it's hitting the wrong edge, it just ticks. It goes, something's wrong here. This isn't real. And Guillermo has a way of looking past the fact that this already isn't real and you know it, and just trying to sell it to your brain instead of selling it to your... That's what I'm looking for here. He's not trying to sell it to your intellect. He's trying to sell it to your gut, you know? And I think that works magnificently. And I think that this is a great example of it. This isn't selling the picture to my brain so much as it's selling it to my gut, to my instincts. And it works really well. Here we have from Rogue 19K, a painting I did around 10 years ago while I was still living in Utica. I think Kirsala, I think, will appreciate this more than most as a classically trained artist. Ah, interesting. I'm seeing a ship in a storm here. What is the medium that you did here? This texturing is very, very interesting. I'd imagine it's very interesting to see in person. I'd like to get a look at the actual texture of the canvas here. Yeah, not only the actual texture, but then the way that texture has worked into the overall flow. At 10 years old. Oh, you did this at 10 years old, not 10 years ago. So probably something more like 20 years ago, if I'm being generous. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more, I don't know. We don't have to nail that one down, that's fine. But at 10 years old, you know what I did at 10 years old? I drew this really, really cool picture of some stick figures in like an underground base, and there were like pits that they could fall in, and there were spikes, you know? And then there would like pitfall style swinging ropes, and they could go, and they would go up like an elevator, and then there'd be little machine guns shooting at them. You know the ones. We all did them. That's what I was doing at 10 years old. No, this is really fucking cool, man. Very neat. I wish that I had someone to encourage me to Rogue. I'm not. I was trying to throw people off the scent a little bit. Okay. I wish that there had been someone in my life who had encouraged me to get into painting and art at that age. There was not. And it's something that I've had to kind of play catch up with, and it's really inspirational to see something that you did at such a young age. It's really, really very cool, Rogue 19. Here we go, looking at it, it was probably acrylic on canvas, can't say for certain. Oh, you say right there, okay. Fine, fair enough. Very cool, Rogue 19, and thank you very much for sharing that with us. Talk about old pieces of art. Talk about sharing your first paint, right? Very nice. Here we have from Cybran Knight, one of the first painted Hammerhead variants. This is Ava, A4A. I'm going to go with Ava. Mounting an Arrow 4 and 4 medium lasers, was hoping to have another variant done, but didn't quite get the current set of parts done yet. And yes, the shield on the left arm is an optional part, because of course it is. What isn't optional? What isn't optional on these guys? And yeah, you can see how it pops on and pops off there. That's pretty cool. I really like this. I've always liked the Arrow 4 version of the catapult. I thought it's very cool. I haven't always A4A. There we go. I haven't always liked the available models for it, and that's being generous, because the available models for most BattleTech variants have been just utter trash. A lot of people have imagined Arrow 4 launchers in a number of different ways. I appreciate that this one has a door on it and isn't just a series of tubes. I really like the asymmetric setup here with the sensor suite on the other arm. The Hammerhead is such a cool looking mech. It really is. I still like, one of my favorite things about it is still its feet, which I know we're not focusing on here. There are so many potential variants of this chassis. It's just so damn functional. Thunderdome Drew, time for you to roll. Thunderdome Drew, thank you so much for being here, man. You have a fantastic night. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. It's always a pleasure to have you in chat. Can we get one more quick shout out for Thunderdome Drew? If you're not following this man and you like miniature painting at all, or just a cool community to hang out with, have in the background while you do some work of your own, this is a man you want to follow. Yeah, that is, most games I've played, Project Dark Fox, where Arrow 4 launchers have actually been used, we haven't represented the Arrow 4 launcher on the map itself. It's just been like there's an Arrow 4 launcher somewhere over there. And then every now and then they come in and they just blast everything to shit. They are like small cruise missile launchers. Really, really cool work, Cyber Knight. That would be our very own Metalcore Collectibles. If you're not familiar with his work, you should check out Metalcore Collectibles online. Go ahead and check out his website. You can also find some of his catalog available through Steel Warrior Studios, where you can also find Thunderhead Studio products. Coming down, here we have from Rogue 19K is significantly more recent, as in 2018. Went to one of those painting workshops that serve alcohol while you do it for my wife's birthday. I see. I understand what the point was. This is acrylic on canvas. You see some of the similarities between 10-year-old and modern miniature painter me. Jellyfish. I like how just generally interpretive this is. I like the symmetry, too, that you've got here between the different tentacles. It creates an interesting sort of center line across the whole piece that's then broken up by the asymmetry of the bubbles. It has a nice composition to it, with these colors in the middle sort of sandwiched by the pink and the white on the outside, and then the variation of blue from the top to the bottom. Oh, that's lovely. I'm glad to hear that, Amateur Paint Hour. It is always nice to hear that people like what we do. I wasn't going to say that, Kat. Depending on how you score on Rorschach tests, you might see some things here that are a little, well, if you're seeing it, you know what I'm talking about. Really nice work, though, Rogue 19, and thank you very much for I would love it if you would post these over into the 2D art showcase as well, so that people could take a look at these outside of just the Storm Report. The Abyssal Jellyfish. Oh, Machine God coming in for Taco Tuesday with some good old tacos Americanos. Classics. Classics are classics for a reason, though. God damn, I'm hungry. I would stuff that whole thing in my mouth and down it in one bite. Rio saw a mushroom cloud. Wow, I didn't get that. I didn't get that at all. And last Tuesday's fish tacos, Baja Svi. Wait, what? Baja what? I'm not familiar with that. Avocado, queso fresco. Yes, sauteed onions, peppers, and garlic. Ooh. And then cilantro lime rice with black beans. This sound... Oh, this is a type of fish. I gather that. Okay. I'm not familiar with that fish. This sounds like this is probably nice and piquant. You know what I mean? Got a little bit of a bite to it. It's a common meaty fish. I've probably had it and just didn't know it. Like tilapia, but better tasting. Oh, well, okay. I'm not a huge fish eater in general. I'm really, culinarily, I'll eat, like, almost anything. And I still, like, it's not like I won't eat fish. I'll absolutely eat fish. I fucking love sushi for that matter. But as far as just general fish eating, I don't know. I veer away from it a lot of the time. I'm not super familiar with a whole lot of different fish. Though I could get down with some better tasting tilapia, let me tell you. That looks delicious. That looks really, really good. Thanks for sharing, Machine God. Coming down, here we have from Painted Ogre. Just finished this test model for a 6mm Cold War game, Deutsche Demokratische Republik Landstreitkräfte Volksarmee T-72. I just went through like 3 different accents and none of them were German. Let's just keep going. Ooh, this is actually really well done. This looks like a job for dry brushing to me. Well done with the colors though, and I like the little splash right here of our national colors. Fried catfish. I do like fried fish. I could get down on some fish and chips, as it were. That is a teeny tiny little tank. Painting 6mm, man, not enough people appreciate how fucking hard it is to get detail on models this small. I was in somebody's stream the other day. I was in Teal's stream the other day, watching him paint a tank. And he's going at it with like this cool stippling technique and then washing some colors in there and trying some different stuff on the different armor plates. And I just realized, I'm like, it's been so long since I've painted a vehicle at 28mm scale. I'm like, I almost have forgotten what it's like to have that much space to work with. Oh, that's every day, White Wolf. Every single day is terrible accents with Thunderhead. Yeah, no, that's every stream. That's why I try not to do them. What are you talking about, Cat? You do amazing accents. Sometimes. Thank you for sharing that with us, Painted Ogre. I would. I assume you're doing more for a force. I'd love to see the whole collected bit when you get them together. This is a very effective painting technique you're using here. Oh, the Tobean Lord is working on some small things like this crazy little dragon man climbing a plastic cup. What are we doing here, Tobean Lord? Oh, that's a sweat drop on his head there. I wasn't sure about that. He is like a... Is it a horn? It looks like... Yeah, no, it's a horn because there's another one on this side too. It's just hidden behind his hair. And he's got a little dragon tail. It looks like it's crystalline, maybe? Full of water? I'm not sure. He's an adorable little fucker, though. Get off my water glass. Get off my water glass. Nicely done, Tobean Lord. Thank you for sharing. Ooh, I got to watch Project Dark Fox finish this one. Completed as part of a commission last night on stream. Super happy with the high contrast shading as I was trying to channel my inner Frank Miller. Ooh, don't do that too much. Don't channel too much of your inner Frank Miller. He's a humorless shit, that man. So, much to my shame, I only just noticed these eyes. I was looking at it before. Obviously, I saw the teeth. The first time I saw it, what I noted was that our light source here is very well sold in the rest of the image, coming from a very high upward angle to shine on the metallic surfaces here, catch the upper part of the bumper. I hadn't noticed the eyes, though. Yeah, maximum overdrive, right, Roland? Jesus, oh man, that's a blast from the past right there. Monster truck. I think somebody pointed out that it kind of looks a little bit like a Doberman if you assume that the eyes would be up here, and I can kind of see that with the color and the shape, because the big old truck sort of creates that snout. But yeah, once you see the eyes down here, it says Chance on his license plate. Very, very cool work, Dark Fox. Well done. Well done. Ooh boy, here we have from Shadow 31. Finally got back into painting long enough to put the finishing touches on the two top left and go from airbrushed base on the others. The bottom left has a bit more contrast in person. Turns out orange and red blend together a touch. Yeah, an incandescent light. Really happy with the purple soldier's face, given it was a base coat, then washed with base coat, then washed dreadlocks. Simple can be very, very effective when done right, and I would agree. For it being that simple, that face came out really nice. I like the shading that you've done on the gun here. I noticed that you've done a real dark base, and then you've come in and you've done some shading with a light gray. I want to edge highlight this gun. Everything in my body wants to come in here and do edge highlights, but then I suspect that you are still working on this. And yeah, I see what you mean. They kind of wind up blending together under the light source, but it makes for a very vivid red all across his armor here. I like what you've done with the little hex panels. These are all Infinity, right? God, Infinity models blow my mind a little bit. They're so complex. One thing I love, if I'm picking out something here on these models that just tickles me pink, it's the basing. Going with the cold basing with the real dark blue-green, and then that sort of lighter dry brush on top of it contrasts so well with both the purple and the red. That is a fantastic choice. Basing is an underappreciated part of miniature painting, and this was a great choice from the very beginning. A couple of rocks here or there might do to add a little bit of interest, but honestly, just getting the color right and going with the simple texture, it looks fucking fantastic. And really, all the detailing done on this guy up here is just inspirational as hell. There are a lot of different ways to do red. I like this one. Very nice, Shadow 31, and thank you so much for a flip left and right in the message. Okay, I got you. I figured, probably. I was just, moving through it. Let's see what else we have here. We have from Rodan printing up a bunch of squigs this week. I should say so. Holy damn. This is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say that 3D printing is the future, guys, because 3D printing entire armies is already not only possible, but so much cheaper than buying all these figures. Sometimes figures that you couldn't get or that are out of print or would be prohibitively expensive. Look at all these squigs. And look at all the little gobbos on top of them with their little clan hoods. Aren't they adorable? So the only thing more exciting than seeing all these printed squigs is the knowledge that it's going to be Rodan painting them, because this dude, he lives what I say about the good painters out there do whatever the hell they want. They're willing to take risks. They're willing to try new things. They're willing to push the envelope. They're willing to run with crazy concepts. And of all the painters that I've known personally, Rodan is definitely one of the ones who is the most willing to run with a wild fucking hair, to give it his all, to finish the project, no matter how it goes, and just to see where he lands. And as a result, he has some of the coolest paint jobs I've ever seen. I absolutely love his painting, and I'm very excited to see what you do with this. I'm gonna bet they're gonna be real colorful. And I can't wait to see them. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Hope it comes out the way I think it will. It's gonna come out something. It's gonna come out some way. And whether it's the way you think it's going to or not, I'll bet it'll be damned entertaining. And ooh, we get a shot of that Warhound. Ooh. Oh, I like this. He has a little bit of like a Lost and a Damned vibe, doesn't he? Are these like screaming faces that you've done on these panels, you madman? Ooh. Ooh. This is horrifying. This is cool. Yeah, with the faces, that's fucking nice, man. I like that. And I like how you've used this incredibly vivid green to just splash some color in, because this looks awesome, but if you didn't have some colors like this somewhere in here, it would have a tendency to all kind of blend together. It's almost like it gives your eye a break or a little focal point. That focal point may be like right on the Warhound's dick, but you know, it's still there. This is really gorgeous. If you haven't posted this in Showcase, please do, Rodan. I think more people need to see this. Yeah, hellfire and screaming faces. It looks like there's souls trapped in the armor screaming to get out, right? That's fucking hot. I love that. Thank you so much for sharing, Rodan. Here we have from Silent Line looking for a little CNC. One of 2 Helverins done and waiting for a wash. I never got a chance to, like, I got some Helverins and I never painted them. The little micro knights. I got some of the Helverins, and what's the one with the thermal cannon and the chainsaw? I got some of them too. I never painted them. I got out of 40K before I did. Oh, done and waiting for a wash, painted completely on the sprues, and boy, will I never do that again. Yeah, I don't. I hate doing that. I find that incredibly just a loathsome way to paint. Some people swear by it. I can't do it. It drives me crazy. Played my first ever game with it as well, and had my face kicked in by the Custodes. I can sympathize with that problem. It's not great. That does happen sometimes. Yeah, the wash is definitely gonna bring a lot out of this paint job. Nice smooth applications. Good color choices. Straightforward. Your red, your gold, your silver for the other parts. You got a blue. A little bit of a lensing technique right here would help the face kind of pop, but by having the blue only be here, you've created a sort of a nice focal point. You could maybe repeat, I'm not sure if there would be any features like targeting arrays or anything that would be appropriate to repeat it on, but if you could repeat the blue 1 or 2 other places, just kind of help distribute it across the model. Overall for composition that might help, but this looks nice. Excuse me. I think the wash is going to be a big help for all of these parts. Also consider, after you've done the wash, using a dry brush technique just on some of the high edges down along the center line and on the extremities, just to kind of bring some interest back to those parts, because a wash can kind of dull them down sometimes. Or alternatively, consider doing a dry brush before you do a wash, so that the wash can kind of bring that dry brush together with the original paint job, so you don't wind up with it looking a little chalky or anything like that. Oh yeah, I like the repetition of the brass here and how we've got the yellow on the back side of the... I almost kind of wish the yellow was on the front of the shoulder pads instead of on the back. It looks good though. consider doing a dry brush on some of these parts, on the red in particular, with maybe like an orange before you do a wash over them. I think it would give you some good depth. Maybe not as much on the metallic parts. Maybe on the metallic parts, wash them and then do a quick dry brush of silver. And don't do it over the whole thing either. Do it like on the tops of the knees, on the ankles, on the very back of the weapon, on the very tip of the weapon, just to kind of spread those highlights out a little bit. Rodan's out for the night, but you'll message me later. I look forward to that. Want to pick my brain on something? Well, I can't guarantee you're going to get anything interesting out of it, but I'll see what I can do. Silent Line, thank you very much for sharing that with us. I hope that my limited CNC on that is helpful. You've done a good job on the model overall. Very nicely done. Here we have from Thunderdome Drew, latest of the Machina. Liked the pattern. Yeah, he does some really, really nice painting handles, by the way. If you're not familiar with Thunderdome Drew's war grips, they are definitely worth checking out. Ooh, that is pretty nice. Off the machine. Off the machine, not of it. That makes more sense. Here we have from Kevin Kitsune, scenery/props for Warhammer 40k. It will be a cargo container with a train car type trailer. Ooh. Yeah, so much brass. 40k stuff always uses so much brass. Very, very cool. I've always liked trains as wargame scenery because you can like put them on a diagonal across the table, and they're sort of like a package of both terrain and thematic objectives, you know? Because like a train yard is always going to be useful in a battle scenario. Train yards and trains themselves are always something that armies are trying to seize for one reason or another. Yeah, scenery. Nice, Kevin Kitsune. I look forward to seeing that build come together. I like the black and brass combination. Have a Polish armored train for Flames of War. It's a unit. You know, it can be all of these things. It can be everything simultaneously. And Cationic, I know it won't sway image searching, but the more you know. Doot the thing. Image down. Wait, hold up. What? Okay. Why will it never let me do this on the PC? Is maybe my problem is that I'm viewing Pinterest on the PC and it just has a shitty interface for PC but a better one for mobile. It seems entirely possible. I know that like Instagram has a bunch more features on mobile that for whatever reason you can't access through a browser. Is a train next on my list for Trinity City? It's not next. It's not next. It does have a place on the list, I'll tell you that. It was one of my early ideas, and it keeps getting shuffled in favor of some other things that are more generally applicable. But Trinity City does need a like a monorail type system, I'm thinking. Maybe it's just because Pinterest is shitty. That's generally what I go for. Am I logged into a Pinterest account? Probably not. That's why, like, I don't want to engage with Pinterest. I don't want the app. I don't want an account. I just want the fucking picture. So I ignore it. Oh, here we have from White Wolf. One of two. Airbrush and stuff. This is layer 3. First was black primer. Second was a light mid-gray. Made from mission models white and black that didn't really behave how I was expecting it to. Kept sputtering, spattering, and glorbing up the tip. Steadily clogging it. Yeah, it takes practice. Third layer is Reaper HD Twilight Purple, then slightly less than what I'd use with a brush, but hey, it worked, and it worked with that issue, like no clogging, no tip drying, but I also changed how I was doing things, same pressure, less air. Airbrushing is a finicky, and I don't want to say time-consuming, but it does take practice to get to a point where you know exactly how thin you want your paints to be and when you want them to be that way. And then, of course, also keeping your brush clean. I had a big problem with my airbrush just before I came on stream, running a fluorescent paint through it, and it just had like a chunk in it that blocked up my nozzle. Actually, I'm glad I reminded myself of that because I need to clean that airbrush after this stream. I'm going to go ahead and put that in front of me. A nice smooth application, though. Yeah. Definitely get good at zenithal highlighting, White Wolf. You're going to thank yourself for that. Same terrain after a decent amount of dry brushing. 3 layers of dry brushing, actually. First was Reaper Saddle Brown, Wolf Gray, Heraldic Red, Mixed more or less evenly. Second layer was just heraldic. I love heraldic red. It's such a good color. It's rich and kind of brown. Third layer was Vallejo game color hot orange. If we're going to go with ground, it's a different color than my usual browns. I was aiming for something semi-sort of red, yeah, kind of iron rich. See how it plays out since I'll be doing pigments over this. Yeah, that's pretty nice. You could definitely go higher. You could definitely go higher with that, particularly for ground texture. Honestly, consider going higher with the orange. And I like how you've kind of spread it out. It's not just a uniform dry brushing over the entire surface. Dirt tends to have patches of color in it. That works out pretty nicely. But you could definitely go a little bit higher with that to pull out the texture, White Wolf. I know it's tempting to go subtle with dirt texture, but I find that having a couple of spots of brighter, higher highlights in there really helps sell the effect. Edge highlighting snuck in a little bit too. It'll do that. Nicely done, White Wolf. Here we have from Seal 6 Operator. Ooh, did you do this, Seal 6? Very, very nice. Classic Warhammer in a classic style. I say classic Warhammer. This is so classic I want to call it a tomahawk. Let's say on its arm, knock knock. on the side of the PPC there. That's pretty badass. Really, really nice line work. Very, very clean. The perspective is good. I like how this PPC is smoking. When you can see the wind kind of pulling it and blowing it back. Got a little bit at the bottom of the foot here. The perspective is excellent. It's a hell of a lot better than I could do. I am no 2D artist, let me tell you. So many classic lines on this bad boy. Very nicely done, Seal 6 Operator. 20 plus years. You did that 20 years ago? Fucking shit, man. I wish I could do that well 20 years ago. Really nicely done. And then you drew this for a D&D game. Ooh. The old stilt fort. Out in the sticks there, huh? Yeah, Hootie Who doesn't like doing mechanical art. Yeah, I'm right there with the Amateur Paint Hour. The little bit of what's the word? It's not graffiti. It's not nose art, but it's, you know. I'm sure there's a phrase for that, but I can't think of it right now. That's pretty cool. I'd love to know precisely what I'm looking at here. Like what this was meant to be in the context of the D&D game. A little raised stilt lean-to out in the middle of the... It looks... The perspective is such that it seems like this would be very, very small. Like we have these reeds here coming up almost to the top of it. It's like a tiny person's house. Oh, very cool. Very, very cool. It's always helpful for a D&D game to have a talented artist ready to go. It's so much better when you're able to show someone a picture of what you're trying to describe. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. Took your advice and starting with a gray base and applied it to a Lyran Berserker today. Would love a quick opinion on how to improve it some. I'd like to improve that white some more. You could go darker. I know that it seems counterintuitive to go darker with your white, but you can go almost to black with the shadows for white. In fact, having some spots on it that are almost black are really quite helpful to then sell the higher edges. A white surface in deep shadow might as well be black to dark gray. It still comes off a little bit light to me, but I can see that you're definitely making progress. We got a little bit more shading in here. I particularly love that you've come in here and you've started to break up the colors a little bit with metallics. I think that is a huge step forward. Looks like we have a couple more spots over here on the... Is this a rifleman or a Jägermech? I'm getting thrown off by the aerial on top. And I confuse them regularly anyway. Rifleman, thank you. Yeah. That's what I thought. I mix them up sometimes, though. And they're both kind of the same idea. You know, boxy gun arms, what are you going to do? Yeah, I see we've got some additional metallic areas popping up over here on the Rifleman as well. It's definitely an improvement. It is definitely an improvement. I think you could take every technique that you've applied here and just go a little bit further with it, and it wouldn't hurt at all. I think that you've really, the dark areas here do a lot to improve the overall look of the mech. I'm telling you, man, you could go darker, though. You could do another couple of black washes, maybe with decreasing intensities followed by a white dry brush, and I think you'd be happy with the results. Yeah. White's tricky. Just know that painting particularly white flat armor is... Don't feel bad about having to do several passes to get it right. Don't feel bad about having to work on it quite a lot. It's one of the harder things to paint. Just as a miniature painter, it's one of the harder things to paint and get look good. It's why I've always kind of laughed that FFG Star Wars game. It's like one of the starting armies is all black and white armor. Like, it's just... I mean, I know that they didn't make the clones have white armor, they didn't make the stormtroopers have white armor, but as far as people getting into miniature painting, like, holy shit. Just holy shit. Totally running the dark hour accent for the metallic, really hesitant on making it darker. I think I need to go overboard with it and then scale back rather than edging it. I agree. Go whole hog. Go whole ass it. Whole ass it. If you go too far, you can always bring it back. You can always bring it back. And I think you will be surprised at how much you like the effect when you really lean into it. And remember, when you're painting it, if you want to get a good look at the effect, hold it at arm's length. Put it 3 to 5 feet away from your actual face at average viewing distance, because that's where it really needs to look good. White Wolf, thank you for the reminder. Oh, thank you for sharing that with us, Amateur Paint Hour, and I, as always, I hope that my advice is at least somewhat helpful. Crossbow roof, so much sanding to get rid of seams. Trying to get rid of as much as possible before attacking the front mission model, or God forbid, a perfect grade gunplay. I love I'm so familiar with each and every one of these details at this point after building the Soltic. It's such a good looking model. That many seams though, huh? I'll tell you, I don't see any of them. Nothing jumping out at me, so you must have done a damn good job at them. I can't wait to see this guy come together. Fully constructed crossbow. And for Taco Tuesday, Trailer Park Nachos, beef, melted cheese, and tomatoes and sour cream on Dorito. God, that sounds good. This is the most disgusting sort of amazing. This is just comfort food right here. Complete with the Doritos. My God. The fresh tomatoes and sour cream, though, that makes it healthy. Fresh tomatoes and sour cream, right? Totally. Absolutely. I'll see some STLs for the nachos? Yeah, sure, I'll print up a plate of nachos. Why the hell not? So not good for me, but screw that. Crossbow roof, you can't go through life worrying about every little thing that you eat, man. I enjoy food too much. I really do. Roland's making a cheeseburger pie. Take some pictures, man. I want to see that. Sumitha, gonna have to pack it in early tonight. Hey, Sumitha, thank you so much for being here, man. It is always a pleasure to have you. I hope you have a fantastic night, my friend. And thank you so much for sharing those Operation Lancaster previews with us. Here we have from Kursala. I managed to do some post-processing for a bunch of flakes today. Just need to sort through them to make sure they're all good so I can stock them on the site. For those of you who don't know, Kursala and Data Nerd are the proprietors of the very, very fine Rainy River Designs, that'd be proper grammar, producing Thunderhead Studios merch, which will be available in the immediate future, is my understanding. We should have some links for you. Also, wanted to let people know, I haven't mentioned this all stream, I should have, that the winners of our giveaway for 800 followers should be, their products should be going out here in the immediate future. You should be getting those shortly. Yeah, Seal 6 Operator, that is an old Revell plastic model kit. That is not a print that he's been working on there. Already listed on the site. I'm glad to hear it, Data Nerd. I'll have to get those links put up. You can also get these very fine fuck flakes, which I believe have another name now, but come on, they're fuck flakes. Fuck 2020. That's what it's all about. Each and every one of them, if you look closely, they say fuck. They're just very, very beautiful arrangements of fuck, all pointing towards 2020. I think that is that's a sentiment we can all get behind today. Ooh, Rio Hassenpfeffer was in the office waiting for the results. So, whatever. No working during drinking hours. Salary Saurus Rex. Oh, he's got a little helping hand there for his brewski. Oh, he's rocking a sombrero. My doodles are so bad. Like, I genuinely feel just this little twinge of jealousy when I see people doing adorable doodles like this. Mine are an atrocity. Like, I do them, but I don't share them because they're not well, they've never seemed to improve. I guess I haven't put the work in on that one though. That's really cool, Rio. Small arms dealer. Oh god. Here we have from Manro Fasal, a painting I just did for some friends who are from Holland, done using only a plate knife, and then your sky dozers. Oh, let's see. Oh, that's actually really cool, particularly done just using a knife. It's only because I've watched Bob Ross that I can understand how you got these straight lines using a knife. I like how suggestive and sort of interpretive the whole thing is. The rough edges on the windmill here. You can really see the grid without each and every piece of it being represented. Oh, the way we have warm colors on the bottom meeting the cool colors of the sky above. Vaguely suggestive of some mountains in here. Very, very cool. I like how the rough lines over here contrast with a hard line for the horizon and then the more defined lines for the windmill. That's very, very cool. I hope your friends like it. It's a very cool piece of art, Manro Fasal. Oh, and then we've got your sky dozers, huh? Yeah. The, what, I keep forgetting their name. The AOS airship dwarves. You know, the ones. There we go, Caradon Overlords. I forget the name. They've got some very cool models, though. I remember when these came out, it was one of the freshest, newest things to come out of Games Workshop in a while. Oh, I look forward to seeing this done up along with some... They have, like, goofy infantry that, like, have little balloons on their backs that they float around on. They're crazy fucking models. I very much look forward to seeing that come together as an army, Manro Fasal. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Ooh, here we have from Hootie who finished this on today's stream. Oh, there is an Ice Queen if ever I've seen one. Spooky skeletons. Got like a... Oh, what am I... Johnny Lawrence type skeletal thing going on here. Kind of a Papa Emeritus. Very cool work. Hootie Who is such a very talented artist, and I really enjoy watching him work live on stream. If you guys haven't followed him yet, I strongly suggest it. He's very chill, very welcoming, very talented, always working on commissions, and you can tell why. And he's just a great conversationalist. Yeah, I was thinking that before I clicked on it, particularly with the crown and the white hair. It has a little bit of a White Walker-ish thing going on there, Seal 6 Operator. I could totally see that. Here we have from Cryptic Ninja. This was using UV resin, and my first fluorescent UV resin project took me 72 hours to get the color correct. Ooh! Oh, that's cute. That's pretty cool. Man, you could do so much stuff with UV reactive resin. Hootie Hoo, it came out wonderfully. Really nicely done. That's pretty cool, Cryptic Ninja. And you do a lot of work with epoxies and resins, huh? Interesting. I hope that we get to see some more of your work. Oh yeah, here we have the follow-up. Project was using both resin and epoxy. Coffin was a real pain in the ass to get correct in the dice using the resin, but it took me a whole week to get the color correct, and chemical reaction on this project is a little dangerous. Well, they're nice looking dice. Damn, this is some real smooth, real clean, very professional looking work, though from the sound of it that shouldn't be surprising. From the sound of it, professional looking work is what you do. I love this scarab that's in the surface here. I really, really like the kind of almost cracked ice texture beneath the resin that you have here. This is very, very, yeah, better than CGL's dice. Almost anything is at this point. This is a cool set. This is a very cool set. I really, really like this scarab. That's very, very neat. The texture that you have here on the resin combined with the scarab is excellent. Wonderful looking set of dice. Yeah, if I would never have guessed that these were done at home. Again, it seems like you do very professional work. Very clean. Very clean. Nicely done, Cryptic Ninja. And I would love to see some more of your work on the stream if you feel like you want to keep sharing, man. We do a lot of miniature painting here, but I love having artists of different media all the time. Oh, Roland. What have you done? Why? What happened, Roland? What happened? Who made you like this? Who hurt you? And why do we now have to suffer the results? I didn't make you do anything. I suggested that you don't have to do this. Cryptic Ninja, please do anything that you feel like sharing. We've got a number of different showcase channels for different sorts of art. Anywhere that sounds like it would be appropriate, please feel free to share it. Ghost, it's pain. It's pain in physical form, and it's best not thought too much about. Here we have from Kursala for Taco Tuesday, not actually a taco, but breakfast today was a corned beef frittata with Munster and American Grana aged Parmesan cheeses. It's not a taco, but I'll allow it. That does sound really good. Oof, I could go for just a whole plate of corned beef right now. I could go for a lot of things right now, to be fair. I say that like I wouldn't eat almost anything that you put in front of me, but I genuinely would. That looks fucking delicious. I mean, it doesn't look as delicious as it sounds, if I'm being honest. But knowing what the ingredients are, I want to go to there. I do. Got a bunch in your fridge. Fucking, I'll be right over, man. Fucking set the table. Ooh, we got a little share from Suicide Prinny today. Ooh-wee. Nice work. I love the kind of muted greens that we have working here on Medusa's, is it technically hair? Like, I know she has, like, snakes for hair, but is it still hair? I don't know if that's the appropriate nomenclature. Oh, is that all? Is that all, Data Nerd? Really like I particularly like the color choice for the top here being purple contrasted against the green. I like the sort of muted greens we have for the snakes. I particularly love how this snake gets a bunch of definition with yellow being the yellow glowing out of her eyes. That is fantastic. Woof! What a model. God damn, Medusa. Medusa thick. Shit. Mardi Gras colors, I like it. Yeah, the orange is a particularly nice touch. All in all, really great color composition for this whole thing. Having the orange to kind of frame the purple, and then with the green and the yellows on top is incredibly effective. Very pale, very defined flesh tones. I like the little bit of gray we have here for the frozen head. Excellent work, Suicide Printing. Oh yeah. I really like the muted colors on the snakes. You really could have gone overboard with this, but I kind of appreciate that you didn't. There's a whole bunch of shadow right here that helps you really see the snake heads, and then this one down here gets more definition because of the light reflecting out of her eyes. Wonderfully done, Suicide Printing. That will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and thus to the end of the stream. Who's doing what? Who's streaming? Somebody's streaming. Let's have a look. Nope, don't shout at me, Twitch. Ooh, we got Snickernack, we got Thunderdome Drew, we got Tobean Lord, Zombie Brush Studios is over there. I think we're gonna raid Thunderdome Drew, you guys. We gotta raid Thunderdome Drew. If you haven't seen Thunderdome Drew's channel yet, you are going to have a good time over there. I always do. Very friendly, very welcoming, very talented painter, always willing to talk about what he's doing and the choices that he's making. Guys, oh my god, you guys. I always have such a good time on this stream. Always have such a good time on the stream. You have a way of amping me up, and for whatever reason, also making me hungry. We are going to, this week, tomorrow, I still have a question mark there, but we will, tomorrow, be playing some Dead Space 3, as long as Cat's still up for it, getting into the Dead Space 3 Awakening downloadable content, since we finished the primary game last time, and then Saturday, we're going to be doing movie night. I think we're still just probably going to try to host it on Discord. I haven't really made it a final decision on that, but I'll go ahead and let you guys know well ahead of time. We will be watching both Alien and Aliens, directors and extended cuts. That will be a damn good time. And then we'll be back this Sunday the 29th doing some more painting, as usual, right here, same bat time, same bat channel. Thunder time, Thunder channel, whatever. Thank you guys so much for being here today. It's been such a great time. Thank you for all the follows. A lot of follows tonight. Always a pleasure to have new people coming into the stream. Big thank you to my mods, Cat Ion and Project Dark Fox. You guys make all of this possible. Thank you to everyone who participated in the Storm Report. I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm going to send you on over to Thunderdome Drew. Have a good time over there. Say hi for me. I will see you next time, and until then, keep on painting.